rates, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Council.
Thanks for being with us. A baby boy has been born to an Ohio couple from an embryo that was frozen for more than 30 years, reportedly setting a new world record. Lindsay and Tim Pierce, in their mid-30s, welcomed their son Thaddeus on Saturday. Lindsay told MIT Technology Review her family thought it's like something from a sci-fi movie. The BBC says it's believed to be the longest that an embryo has been frozen before resulting in a successful live birth. The previous record holder was a pair of twins born in 2022 from embryos frozen in 1992. The Pierces had tried to have a child for 7 years before they decided to adopt the embryo of Linda Archard, made with her then-husband in 1994 through IVF. At the time, Archard initially created 4 embryos. One became her now 30-year-old daughter, and the other 3 were left in storage. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
I lost my 19-year-old son Johnny to suicide after he became psychotic from using marijuana, vapes, and dabs. He experienced cannabis-induced psychosis and thought the mob and the FBI were after him. Dabs are products with concentrated, high-potency THC, the chemical in marijuana that gives users the high feeling. One hit on a dab pen today is the same as smoking 50 old-fashioned joints back in the day. Use of THC before the age of 25 causes changes in brain development, a loss of IQ points, and lower motivation. Studies show THC increases the risk of anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia in developing brains. I lost my child, but it's not too late for yours. Educate your teen on the harms of marijuana.
A public service message from the nonprofit Johnny's Ambassadors. Learn the risks and get the facts at johnnysambassadors.org.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
New tariffs.
This is making our country very rich and respected again.
Northeast flooding.
I've never seen it like this before.
Anguish over Texas flood response.
Nobody came for us. No
nobody.
Good morning. I'm Cammie McCormick with the CBS World News Roundup. The deadline to strike a deal on tariffs has come and gone, and President Trump has set August 7th as the date for new tariffs on dozens of countries. It could rock the global economy and cost you more on many items. Nancy Cortez has the latest from the White House.
The president's new tariffs will soon apply to goods from all of America's largest trading partners. A 20% tax on Taiwan, 50% for Brazil, and 15% for Japan, one of 6 countries that cut deals in advance. In a new executive order, President Trump said he has to hike rates because America's global trade deficit poses, quote, an unusual and extraordinary threat to national security. Democrats called it chaos.
This is a deal, all right. It's a raw deal. A raw deal for the American people.
Trump is even hiking his existing tariffs on some Canadian products from 25% to 35%.
They've been treating our farmers very badly. They've been treating our country very badly for years.
The new rates will likely bring in more money for the U.S. government, collected at ports of entry by U.S. Customs. But it could also make goods more expensive.
We now have a 25% tariff on this product that we didn't have a week ago.
Barton O'Brien owns Baydog, a pet gear company based on Kent Island, Maryland, with a staff of 7. He makes his products in China, Vietnam, and India, and sells them in 2,000 stores here in the U.S.
The only way for us to survive as a business is to raise prices and probably cut expenses, which means firing people. Tariffs are going to hit small businesses first, and they're going to put a lot of us out of business.
CBS's Jill Schlesinger on what we can expect as consumers.
We've already started to see the beginning stages of price increases from lots of different imported goods. Everything from electronics to computers to cars and trucks. That will likely get worse. But tariffs do take a long time to work their way through the economy. So we might not see broad across-the-board price increases until later in the year, and they certainly will not be nearly as bad as what we saw during the COVID inflation flare-up.
The severe weather in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast led to the death of one child in Maryland. Motorists were rescued from their cars in floodwaters. Flights were canceled. States of emergency were declared in New York and New Jersey. Nikki Batiste reports.
Torrential rain fell as fast as 3 inches an hour, flooding parts of New York City, leaving drivers stranded as water quickly rose around them.
A couple of guys got stuck, where they couldn't go forward and backwards, and the water just kept rising.
Near Baltimore, Maryland, the flash flooding reached car windows. Firefighters had to wade through the waist-deep water to rescue people.
There's some mother and some father don't have a kid.
A 13-year-old boy drowned in Mount Airy after he was swept into a flooded storm drain.
The current was extremely strong, according to the guys that were on the scene here.
New Jersey was put under a state of emergency as nearly half a foot of rain fell, creating dangerous conditions on the road.
A 28-year-old teacher, Andrew McGann, has now been formally charged in the killings of a couple hiking on a popular trail in Arkansas with their 2 young daughters. He was arrested as he was having a haircut. McGann is expected in court today, as Omar Villafranca reports.
Hairstylist Adriana Avalos told us she was cutting McGann's hair when officers surrounded him.
I didn't sleep last night thinking about those girls and knowing that I put my hands on that monster, that I cut his hair.
Investigators say McGann stabbed Clinton Brink first, and his wife rushed their daughters, ages 7 and 9, to safety. When she returned to help him, detectives say she was also stabbed to death.
They absolutely protected those girls to their fullest extent, to the point that it cost them their lives.
According to officials, McGann was recently hired to teach in an Arkansas school, but hadn't started yet.
Time on the roundup, 4 minutes past the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey,
Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Texas state lawmakers held a special legislative session in Kerrville yesterday to look into how local officials responded to the catastrophic flooding on July 4th. State Representative Ann Johnson.
The 3 guys in Kerr County who were responsible for sounding the alarm were effectively unavailable.
The county emergency management coordinator said he was ill and off duty ahead of the disaster, but that there was no clear indicator a catastrophic flood was imminent. The county judge faced intense scrutiny for his absence during the response. He was at a lake house preparing for a family gathering. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
I don't know where you were on day 1 on July 4th, but you should have been here. Everyone was here that day working their ass off, and you were nowhere to be found.
President Trump's Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff is in Gaza today, along with the U.S. ambassador to Israel. The White House said they want a first-hand look at the aid situation there. The UN said today more than 1,300 people have been killed waiting for aid in Gaza since late May. Russia fired more drones at Ukraine last month than any month since the war began. The latest attack killed 30 people. President Trump yesterday.
Russia? I think it's disgusting what they're doing. I think it's disgusting.
Trump said Russian President Putin has until August 8th to make a deal to end the war, but he also said he isn't sure sanctions will deter Putin. Germany said today it will soon start delivering more Patriot air defense systems to Ukraine. A judge is extending migrant status protections for 60,000 people from Central America and Nepal. The Trump administration ended the program after determining the conditions in their home countries no longer warranted protections. If you signed up for a Biden-era repayment plan for a student loan, get ready to pay up. Jennifer Kuiper reports the average payment could jump $300 per month.
The Saving on a Valuable Education, or SAVE plan, was created by the Biden administration in 2023 to help student loan borrowers. When it got tied up in the courts and put on hold, the Biden administration moved all of the enrollees into zero-interest forbearance, meaning that their loans were temporarily placed on hold and interest stopped accruing. The Education Department under the Trump administration says resuming interest on the loans represents a measure of fiscal responsibility.
Time on the roundup, 8 minutes past the hour.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
CBS's Chris Mavridis reports that a recent music trend spurred on by social media platforms may be taking a bow.
TikTok made music and attention spans shorter, but have you noticed that songs are getting longer again? New research by the BBC says the average hit single this summer has jumped to 3.5 minutes and growing. Some of Chappell Rowan's songs are pushing 4 and 5 minutes, while Sam Fender's People Watching clocks in at over 5. Compare that to some Ice Spice and Blackpink songs that time in under 2. Chris Mavridis, CBS News.
Nintendo is reporting a nearly 19% surge in its net profit because of the strong demand for its new Switch 2 console. 3.5 million were sold worldwide in the first 4 days after hitting store shelves. And that's the World News Roundup for Friday, August 1st, produced by Paul Ferry. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Katrina Gashard. Seattle police are investigating a deadly shooting in the University District Thursday night.
Around 7:30, gunfire erupted along UW's Greek Road near 17th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 47th Street at the Pursuit Seattle Church. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes tells KIRO 7 TV.
I think sometimes people who are bent on doing bad things don't care about their environment. And for that, we should all be aware.
A pastor at the church says that the man shot and killed was a parishioner. The university says the suspect was wearing a black hoodie. Police are looking for a white Hyundai Elantra with black wheels and a damaged passenger window. And just a few hours earlier, there was a shooting near the Coleman Ferry dock in downtown Seattle that sent one man to the hospital. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has details.
The shooting happened just before 4:30 at Pier 55 on Seattle's waterfront. An eyewitness who didn't want to be identified says a man in a wheelchair who regularly plays music for donations here was approached by a man accusing him of being a false veteran. The man then took something from the man in the wheelchair. He pulled a knife, and the man pulled a gun and shot the man in the wheelchair in the chest. He was taken to Harborview Medical Center in serious but stable condition. The gunman is in custody. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle police are searching for a serial arsonist connected to at least 4 fires since Saturday. And Fire Chief Harold Scoggins says they're looking for a 5th one that destroyed a detached garage in the Beacon Hill neighborhood on Thursday morning.
Undetermined right now. Our fire investigators are still working through the information and the detail there, but it does identify a concern for us.
So far, no injuries in any of the fires, including the one that damaged a funeral home in the Columbia City neighborhood on Wednesday. Police say they have surveillance video and believe they know who they're looking for. Meanwhile, the man accused of shooting a 67-year-old woman to death during a robbery last year outside of Tukwila Costco pleaded not guilty Thursday. Authorities had to bring in 20-year-old Salman Haji back to the U.S. from Kenya. Casey McNerthy in the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office says the victim's daughter spoke during court about the pain of losing her mother.
It takes a lot of courage to relive, the difficulty of going through that, but the victim's daughter here thought it was important for the court to hear.
Bail was set at $5 million. The city of Seattle is suing the Trump administration for its threat to withhold federal funding for things like transportation, healthcare, housing, and other programs. Mayor Bruce Harrell says the president is targeting Seattle for its unwavering support of the LGBTQIA+ community.
Every person, every human being deserves a right to live freely as their authentic selves without fear of harassment and discrimination. That is our foundation. That is our One Seattle model. That is who we are.
At stake in a lawsuit, more than $370 million in threatened federal funding cuts. The Mariners were alive last night in their victory against the Texas Rangers. M's rookie Cole Young had his best career day so far, who went for 2 for 4 with a triple and this monstrous home run.
Here's the windup and the 1-1 on the way to Young. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to right field. And there is number 3 for Cole. Oh, my goodness, into the patio of the Hit It Here Cafe. Cole Young with a long home run to straightaway right.
That was the longest home run ever at T-Mobile Park. Mariners blinked the Rangers 6-0. Game 2 of that series is tonight at 7:10. You can listen to every game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Some drive times right now. Tacoma to Seattle, about 23 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, about 21 minutes right now. Renton to Bellevue, 18. And Everett to Seattle, about 26 minutes. And for your forecast on this Friday morning, we are off to a calm start with a mix of clouds and sun. Today and into the weekend, expect morning clouds and afternoon sunshine with highs into the upper 70s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Chris Sullivan with a choke point previewing the next step for the light rail extensions north to Everett. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. The nicotine in e-cigarettes is addictive and can harm brain development. That's why I worry about teens who try e-cigarettes. Many young people use pod-based e-cigarettes like Juul, which have high levels of nicotine. And because teens' brains are still developing, they can quickly become addicted. The tobacco industry uses fruit and candy flavors to attract young people, often turning them into lifelong users. For more, visit healthychildren.org.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Getting a flu shot helps us stay healthy, so we don't miss out on what matters. Like that family movie night your daughter can't live without. Yeah. Can't do that. Every year, millions of people in the U.S. get the flu. Especially now, no one has time to miss out on moments that matter. So get your flu shot. Find out more at getmyflushot.org. Brought to you by the AMA, CDC, and the Ad Council.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right, we are nearly a year into light rail service to Linwood, and Sound Transit is now looking ahead to expanding into Everett. Mr. Sullivan, what's next?
Well, it's really hard to believe, first of all, that we're coming up on that one-year anniversary. I mean, it's at the end of August. It started just before Labor Day last year. So Sound Transit is now looking at completing what it promised voters in 2016 under ST3, that 16-mile extension from Linwood into downtown Everett. As it sits on paper today, the light rail would run along I-5 from Linwood up to 128th in South Everett, then follow Airport Road to the west up to the Boeing plant right by Payne Field. It would then continue along SR 526 to the east back to I-5 and then into downtown Everett. As many as 7 stations would be built along the corridor. Sound Transit's David Jackson tells me where we are today.
We're in the environmental study period, which broadly speaking, studies the impact of the project on the environment, both the natural environment like wetlands and streams, but also the built environment like historic resources and how transportation will work once this thing is done.
Sound Transit has opened a month-long public comment period to get your feedback on what this line should look like, everything from potential stations to track alignment.
What we're looking for the public right now is their thoughts, like how they would use this project when it's built. What's the need for it? Thoughts on alignments and station locations, all those things. Those things are not set in stone.
I have a link to the preliminary drawings at mynorthwest.com. They include potential station locations where the trains might go. Should the line go across I-5 in multiple places? I mean, to serve the community better. So they've got all sorts of drawings and potentials out there with nothing really, everything's in sand right now. They're trying to figure this out. So the kind of information Sound Transit needs from the public is just pretty much everything about what the needs might be going north from the Linwood area. And Jackson says this line is essential to bringing the community together.
It's about connecting the north part of our region to the rest of the network that already exists, connecting people to jobs, education, healthcare, leisure activities. It's just about, knitting our region together tighter.
Well, Jackson doesn't have a concrete number on what this extension might cost as of today. Some estimates have put it at $5 to $7 billion, with construction to start around 2030, service starting somewhere between 2037 and 2041. So we're talking a long way down the road, but that could also change.
37 to 41 is also cost dependent. It's one of the, we have to slow it down because we need money. That could slow things down.
We all remember just how out of line the budget got going into the Linwood area when they did all that eminent domain and had to buy all the property.
And it took longer than expected.
Yeah, way longer than expected and way over budget, at least 500 to 800 million over budget. Plus, all the people, they didn't expect the housing to go up like it did. Then that was prime real estate. You look at where the alignment might go up into the Everett area. I mean, right along I-5, it's hard to put something like this in established neighborhoods. But right now, everybody always says they want to talk to Sound Transit and tell them what's what. Now's your chance. And you don't get these chances very often. So go to mynorthwest.com. You have a link. I have a link to the survey plus all the drawings, and you could kind of get a look at what's next as we start that next phase. Here in a couple years, but they're already thinking about it.
Did you get any word on southbound kind of expansion, Federal Way Tacoma?
That's also part of the ST3. They haven't quite started a look at that in this. They're doing the environmental studies there as well, but they're waiting for Federal Way to get up and running, which should be later this year, in maybe November, December time frame, and then they'll start looking at what's next, getting us all the way down to Tacoma. So
my wife and I were down in Tacoma last weekend, and there's so much cool stuff down there, and the thought that we wouldn't have to sit in traffic and could instead just sit on a light rail train and read a book or whatever and make our way down there.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah. I mean,
my daughter will be in her 30s.
Yeah,
by then,
she'll be out of
probably.
college. I was about to. By then, you'll be the voice of Seattle's morning news by then.
All right.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we're off to a calm start today with a mix of clouds and sun. Today into the weekend, expect morning clouds and afternoon sunshine with highs in the upper 70s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden with your weekend planner. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Iron Man. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said, if you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
You know, your well-being changes from loss of hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO Newsradio.
Crooked teeth may embarrass kids whose families can't afford braces. And trying to fix their teeth themselves can make things worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. For children and teens who qualify and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, treatment can be life-changing and help them smile with confidence. Learn more at aaoinfo.org.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself, I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm gonna make it better. I'm coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
KIRO Newsradio has your chance to win a pregame sideline experience with G. Scott, plus 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks take on the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Head to the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab in the bottom of the right corner, and enter for your chance to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter on the KIRO Newsradio app, the better your odds. Do it every day, July 30th through August 4th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win.
Hi,
I'm Dr. Gordon Christensen, and if you're a dentist as I am, or you know a dentist, please take a moment to listen. When I became a dentist, I learned how quickly poor oral health can lead to other serious health problems. And for people without access to care, these problems can spiral very quickly. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure how I could until I joined Dental Lifeline Network. It's a nonprofit that has helped us literally change the lives of people in our communities. DLN asks dentists to volunteer to see just one of the many patients in need in your area. It's very simple. DLN screens those in need and coordinates an initial appointment that takes place in the comfort of the dentist's own office and on their schedule. Right now, there's a wait list for patients in need in your community. I'm asking fellow dentists who will join me in seeing one patient per year.
Learn more about Dental Lifeline Network at willyouseeone.org. That's willyouseeone.org.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump has signed a new executive order imposing a new round of tariffs for 70 economies. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger reports it's effective Thursday, August 7th.
These tariffs range from 10% for the UK to up to 40% for some smaller Asian countries. The executive order confirmed that any country that was not included in the list will face a 10% tariff, though there are a few exceptions, like Brazil, which is facing a steeper 50% tariff.
Two big U.S. trading partners face higher tariff rates than those imposed on most other countries. The tariff goods from China remains around 40%. Canada's rate is 35%, but this only applies to non-North American trade agreement goods, a small share of the total Canadian imports. A fatal shooting shook Seattle's University District Thursday night. Just after 7:30, police responded to reports of gunfire near UW's Greek Row at 17th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 47th Street. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes tells KIRO 7 TV a man was shot and killed outside the Pursuit Seattle Church.
This was very targeted, but it doesn't matter because when someone is firing their weapon as many bullets, other people can be hurt.
The suspect fled in a white Hyundai Elantra with black wheels and a damaged passenger window. He was last seen wearing a black hoodie. Police are asking anyone with information to call 911. And just 3 hours earlier, a man in a wheelchair was shot in the chest on Seattle's waterfront. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas has details.
This started as an argument between two people, both armed.
There was some kind of scuffle about stolen act of valor.
Police say the two clashed on Alaskan Way. A man in a wheelchair claimed the other man took one of his items. So the man in the wheelchair pulled a knife out, motioned toward that other man. That's when police say the other man shot the person in the wheelchair in the chest. Police did arrest the suspected gunman, took him to King County Jail. The other man is at Harborview in serious condition.
The man suspected of shooting another man in the back of the head at the Northgate Transit Station this week made his first court appearance on Thursday. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
The 26-year-old suspect's bail is set at $5 million. Casey McNerthney in the King County Prosecutor's Office says both he and the victim, a 48-year-old man, appear to have known each other. Both of them attended Pima Medical Institute, which is not far from the scene of the shooting.
On the day of the murder, the suspect did not attend school.
The victim died the next day. Surveillance footage helped police identify the suspect. They tracked him down at his home in West Seattle on Wednesday. The motive for the shooting is still not clear. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
4 Alaskan Airlines flight attendants are suing Boeing over the door plug blowout on a 737 MAX 9 in January of last year. Their lawsuit, obtained by the Seattle Times, does not go into details, but does say they suffered physical and psychological injuries. They say they're suing for financial compensation and to make air travel safer. The National Transportation Safety Board determined that 4 bolts, which hold the door panel in place, were missing because Boeing did not properly train its employees or have a system to catch errors, and that the FAA failed to properly oversee the process. Boeing so far has declined to comment. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle, about 30 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, 26. Redmond to Seattle, 31. Everett to Bellevue, about 31 minutes. And Marysville to Seattle, about 35 right now. And for your forecast on this Friday morning, we're off to a calm start today. Expect to see a mix of clouds and sun. Today and into the weekend, expect morning clouds and afternoon sunshine with highs in the upper 70s. Right now, it's 60 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
It's the first weekend of August. The sun is going to be out. And in case you're still looking for something fun to do, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden has you covered.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
The first weekend of August is here, and even though it feels like the summer is already wrapping up, we still have lots of fun to be had. The big event this weekend is, of course, the Seafair Weekend Festival. The Blue Angels have been practicing for the air show. The hydroplanes are getting ready to rip through the water, plus live music, lots of tasty treats to eat, and if you're looking to save on tickets, today is Free Friday. All the fun is going down on Genesee Park and runs through the weekend. Get tickets and details at Seafair's website. If you are one of the many 12s who are excited about training camp being back, hang out with your fellow fans and play some football-themed games and more at the Seahawks Football Fest. There will also be bounce houses and more fun for you and the family. This is going down on Saturday at Lumen Field. In Lake City, it is time for the Lake City Summer Festival and Parade. There will be live music and not one, not two, but 3 parades. There will also be craft vendors, food trucks, a car show, and more fun for the family. There will also be live music near the Lake City Library, and the festival is free to attend. Also in the world of summer festivals, Magnolia Summerfest is here. 3 days of live music, food, drinks, vendors, parades. The list just keeps going on and on. You can even start your Saturday and Sunday with some exercise. All the action is going down at the Magnolia Playfield. Get the whole schedule and more details on their website. In Bellevue, you can check out the Bellevue International Festival, which is a celebration of cultures from around the world with performances, food, and activities from around the world. Best of all, it's free and family-friendly. The festival is Saturday from noon to 5 at Crossroads Park. While we want to focus on the fun stuff and not say the words kids dread, back to school, but this is a money-saving opportunity. At the Washington State Fair Expo Hall in Puyallup, you can save some money at the back-to-school sale with Just Between Friends. According to the event page, there will be savings on clothes, shoes, toys, books, and plenty more, all for 50 to 90% off retail prices. The event is free to attend, but you can buy tickets for early shopping. The sale runs through the weekend. Learn about the world of professional kite flying while also flying your own during the Kite Festival in University Place. This festival runs Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 4, and there will be kite demonstrations, inflatables, food trucks, vendors, and plenty more family fun. Plus, 250 kites will be given away each day, or you can buy a kite kit to make your own. We got lots of sports action going on this weekend as the new-look Seattle Mariners are in town and look to gain ground in the playoff race with a big weekend series against the Texas Rangers. The Seattle Storm are in action tonight at Climate Pledge against the Los Angeles Sparks and Sunday against the Indiana Fever. Sorry, no Caitlin Clark as she's still recovering from injury. On the pitch this weekend, Seattle Reign FC takes on Angel City FC tonight at 7:30, and the Seattle Sounders play Club Santos Laguna on Sunday as part of the League's Cup. How are you making the most of what is left of your summer? Let me know at paulh@KIRORadio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Ah, summer in the Puget Sound region. Hanging at the beach. A nice coffee on a long walk with the pooch. And so much time sitting in traffic every weekend, literally going nowhere.
We've all felt it. Big construction projects are underway across the region, and I can help you get around the big delays.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru. Get all of Sully's choke points at mynorthwest.com and the KIRO News Radio app.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call, whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree. But because of declines in memberships, departments have become understaffed. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs you. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at a fundraiser? No matter what skills you have, you can make a difference. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you answer the call? For more information on how you can help, visit the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance at supportvfa.org.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Mercer Island, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage.
The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nia Hergeris with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. As parents, we want our children to grow up healthy and strong. That means helping teens take responsibility for their health as they become young adults. One way to do that is to make sure they have one-on-one time with their pediatrician. That helps them become comfortable talking about any health issue with their doctors and with you. So make sure to give your teen a voice. It's good for their health. For more on teen health, visit healthychildren.org.
CBS News Brief. Hours before new global tariffs were set to kick in, President Trump upped the ante with a new 3-tiered plan for next Thursday. CBS's Jared Hill.
One of the things we're watching for, obviously, is how much these tariffs will raise prices for American shoppers. Some things like furniture and computers are already more expensive.
Economists like Diane Swank keeping an eye out for the number of new jobs created when the Labor Department releases the July report this morning.
We're expecting something a little north of 100,000. That's still not spectacular, but we don't need as many to create as many jobs to keep the unemployment rate down.
Deadly flooding in the Northeast. A 13-year-old boy in Maryland drowned after he was washed into a drainage pipe. This man hoped for the best in northern New Jersey.
I'm never going to leave. I just sit on a porch, grab my beer, and sit and wait for it to go down. It's the only thing you can do. Just make sure everybody's safe on the street.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we're off to a calm start today with a mix of clouds and sun. Today and into the weekend, expect morning clouds and sunshine for the afternoon with highs in the upper 70s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson on the Pathways to Recovery program that just got voted through by the council. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th, will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro! He threw something out of Star Wars!
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO News Radio or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Thanks for being with us this morning. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie will be back next week. Big votes this week in Seattle City Council. A new appointment to the District 5 seat we told you about. A vote on a program to combat addiction and some debate over who should be on the city's Renters Commission. It's been a busy week for the council, and City Council President Sarah Nelson joins us live in the studio right now. It's nice to have you with us. Let me turn on your mic. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I know you were on Curly's show yesterday. Welcome back to the studio.
Getting to be a regular.
All right. All right, Madam President. Let's start with what you proposed in the council called Pathways to Recovery. Can you just explain the program?
Sure. This is a package of investments that could be made when the public safety sales tax is implemented by Mayor Harrell. That's anticipated later this year. But basically, it would fund a suite of things designed to put addiction treatment at the center of the city's agenda, because we really don't have a plan. We have a number of different programs, but this would allow for people to be referred directly into inpatient or intensive outpatient treatment. For one, it would fund recovery-based housing or recovery-based services within already existing permanent supportive housing, stabilize some of our existing programs, a whole host of things, because we really need to focus on this fundamental root cause of so many other problems, our public safety problems, chronic homelessness, etc. And it's about time that we really look at a comprehensive, systematic effort to really combat this terrible problem.
I mean, no disrespect, but this is not a new problem. Why has there not been a plan?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. We put millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into housing. We have a detox center here and medication for opioid use disorder. But really, I think that it has been kind of an afterthought when, in fact, this is a root cause of so many of other problems. So,
how will this be paid for?
This will be paid for the 0.1% public safety sales tax, which was authorized by the legislature this past session, and that would generate about $40 million or so a year. And what I am doing is I am throwing down, a line in the sand, or I'm trying to stake a claim to, a quarter of that, 25%, which would be about $10 million a year. But that is a drop in the bucket. I mean, this is a long list of things that this could pay for. And what I'm trying to do is show how many things that we're not doing right now in order to address this problem, and that we could choose to focus on when this new or additional revenue source comes along.
There was a vote on this Tuesday. How did it go, and what's next?
Well, it was unanimous. I'm very thankful for my colleagues for recognizing that we have to do more for this problem. And what happens next is when I believe that this law would have to be implemented in October or so in order to start collecting this very small increase. Remember, this is a 0.1% increase in our sales tax. And of course, I want to say, nobody likes regressive taxes, right? And this is one of the most, if not the most regressive tax. But what I really want people to notice is this isn't about taxing workers, families more. It's about really drilling down into public safety. And that was the intention of the legislature when they put this forward. They wanted to broaden our definition of public safety beyond just, more cops to more programs to really help community safety in general.
Well, you had even mentioned even just now is that we've thrown a lot of money at this over the last. What makes this pot of money, or will direct this pot of money to something different, or will we, measuring results in this, considering what we've spent over the last 10 years or so?
Well, I'll tell you, this is not the first time I've put something forward. My program to directly pay for treatment by just, allowing our caseworkers to refer someone to Lakeside Milam, which is a recovery center in Kirkland, and then they bill the city. That is a really easy way to get folks into treatment who don't have insurance and who may have Medicaid, but that takes a really long time to get in. So this is one thing so this could make that program permanent, and that program itself has shown tremendous results. There are, I think about 12 people that have gone in, and they're alive now, and they're on the path to recovery.
We're talking with Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson. Well, unfortunately, we only have a couple of minutes, but I do want to get to the rewrite on Seattle's business tax code. What happened with that this week?
The rewrite that is still in process. Yesterday we had a 3.5-hour meeting to discuss this. It would, and it will still come back to council on Monday because it needs additional changes or tweaks. And so then, pending that conversation on Monday, it'll be sent to the ballot, likely sent to the ballot for voter approval.
What do you say to businesses that are opposed?
I understand. I mean, this is being. Many small businesses will benefit because they will not have to pay the B&O tax anymore because it raises the threshold from $100,000 to $2 million. However, a lot of businesses are thinking about the increase in their business, their B&O tax. But more importantly, I think that small businesses aren't stupid, and they are really thinking about, okay, I might save a few $1,000s, but what if my client chooses not to use my services because they're paying this additional expense? So, we really do have to think about the consequences for small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and large going forward. But that will be up to the voters.
I did mention I was going to ask you about the Renters Commission. There was supposed to be a vote on this Tuesday, and it didn't happen. Not enough members there. Where does that stand, and what happens now?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, because that must have been a slow news day, because it was a lot of it was a lot of talk about what sometimes happens, which is that the meeting that those appointments would have been voted on did not have quorum. It needed 3 people, and I had a pre-excused absence, already going into it, and then another council member at the last minute had to tend to other things, and so that meant that there was not quorum. But they still convened, and everybody was recognized, and then we just threw it all onto the full council agenda the following day, or on Tuesday.
Our time is passing very quickly.
I'm sorry, shut up.
No, we're just about out of time, but of course primary day is Tuesday. Your District 9 seat is up, right? Anything you'd like to say before Election Day?
The thing I'd like to say is that I can't talk about the election when I'm wearing my council president hat.
There you go.
Sorry.
All right. No, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for stopping by. Come back
Thanks
anytime.
for having me in.
You bet. Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we're off to a calm start today with a mix of clouds and sun. Today into the weekend, expect morning clouds and afternoon sunshine with highs in the upper 70s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
It's a bully, but we aren't afraid of a fight. It's elusive, but our focus never fades. It's deadly, but we were born to defeat cancer. You may not have heard of us, but our work has helped millions impacted by cancer. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. We are leaders in advancing breakthroughs in immunotherapy, genomics, and personalized medicine. This research saves lives. After 65 years of fighting blood cancers, we've arrived at a game-changing belief. The cures for cancer are in our blood. The drugs and treatments we've developed for blood cancers have helped people affected by many different types of cancers. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Beating cancer is in our blood. Learn more at LLS.org.
G. Scott here to talk about Sunbucks, a SNAP program that provides free, healthy food when school is out. If you could use the help, simply fill out the form online to determine eligibility for $120 of free food per child. If families had cards last year, they have been replenished. If families need new cards, they can call the Sunbucks Call Center. This message is presented by Safeway, where customers can use SNAP to save on produce and shop online. Visit hungerfreewa.org/summer EBT.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
What burning questions do you have? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text Choke Points to 888-973-5476.
Tuesdays and Thursdays on Seattle's Morning News.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
When someone hears the words, "You have cancer," it's one of the darkest moments in their life. Light the Night brings light to the darkness of cancer by uniting survivors, patients, and supporters in the cause to end cancer. Friends, families, and coworkers form a community of hope, raising funds in support of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Together, we walk with lanterns held high to light the path to cures. Last year alone, the FDA approved 18 new drug therapies and treatments to treat blood cancers. The impact of LLS-supported research goes beyond blood cancer. The discoveries made in blood cancer research have led to breakthrough treatments for many cancers and other serious diseases. When we walk, cancer runs. Join the movement to end cancer today. Visit us at lightthenight.org.
Care Partners Senior Living is growing. Amanda here. We are very excited to introduce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, and North Creek Bothell, bringing compassionate, quality care at an affordable price, closer to more of you. Visit carepartnersliving.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The job market has slowed way down. The Labor Department's just released numbers for July. They show employers added a measly 73,000 positions. That's lower than the 100 to 120,000 analysts were expecting. And it turns out the previous months were even worse than first reported. Business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
In May, we had a revision down by 125,000 jobs. The initial report was 144,000, now just 19,000. The June report was revised down by 133,000, from 147,000 to 14,000.
A Federal Reserve governor's broken with Chairman Powell again. Michelle Bowman said today putting off an interest rate cut, as the Fed did again this week, could result in further deterioration of the labor market. The White House says the president's new tariffs will incentivize companies to move production to the U.S. and create more jobs here. Hours before they were set to kick in, he added a new surprise round to take effect next Thursday. CBS's Jolene Kent says many are worried.
I've talked to a couple of business owners overnight, and they say this uncertainty has just heightened, and they're looking at the holiday season thinking, oh my gosh, what about what I'm going to be able to sell?
A run on iPhones helped Apple to a strong third quarter. CBS's Michael Wallace.
iPhone sales were up 13% from a year earlier. Alex Coffey is a senior trading strategist at Charles Schwab.
This is about as positive of an iPhone story as we've gotten from Apple in probably the last 3 years.
Apple CEO Tim Cook says many customers upgraded their iPhones ahead of the tariffs.
Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee got a first-hand look at the hunger crisis when they visited a food distribution site in Gaza today. The BBC's Emmer Nadar from Jerusalem.
These are aid distribution sites that have been linked to deadly incidents. We just heard from the United Nations yesterday that they've counted over 850 Palestinians who've been killed near these aid distribution sites. The majority alleged to have been killed by Israeli troops, says the United Nations.
Massive flooding washed out roads and train tracks across the Northeast. The iconic platform at New York City's Grand Central Station was covered. Waterfalls flowed inside subway stations. CBS New York's Elijah Westbrook at a Long Island Railroad stop.
Overnight, they did send out crews to inspect the tracks, look for any problem spots. They're looking at the tracks themselves, even the roadbed, because it was an absolute mess out here.
A 13-year-old boy died when he was sucked into a sewage drain pipe in Maryland. Dow futures down 366. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Coming up, deadly shooting in the U District overnight, so we'll get to that in a moment. It's 6:03. First, let's check the Friday drive. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yeah, it's not too bad as we start our day. We do have a little crash to deal with at the north end of JBLM on northbound I-5. A couple lanes are blocked near Gravelly Lake, but there isn't a lot of traffic out there. So the travel time is still only 35 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. We're already starting to see the brake lights in Northgate on southbound 5, just a little bit around 130th, maybe on down. Got about a 40-minute trip from Everett into Seattle, 35 from Everett into Bellevue. Lake bridges are still in very good shape. Federal Way to Seattle's only 35 minutes. Renton to Bellevue's under 20, and the Valley Freeway's also under 40 minutes. So most places are off to a really good start. Let's see if we can keep it that way. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe to get fresh video content daily.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's Morning News.
Good morning. It is 6:04. Developing this morning, Seattle police are searching for a suspect wanted for a deadly shooting in Seattle's University District. This happened right next to a church along UW's Greek Row. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Yeah, so last night, multiple gunshots at 47th Street and 17th Avenue in the U District, right outside the Pursuit Seattle Church. Here's what Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes told KIRO 7 TV.
I think sometimes people who are bent on doing bad things don't care about their environment. And for that, we should all be aware.
Barnes also says this was a targeted attack. A pastor at the church says the man who was shot and killed was a parishioner.
One of our relatively recent regulars joined the barbecue this evening with his wife and his child. And he was shot just right outside by the front steps.
The shooting was captured by surveillance video. It shows a person wearing a black hoodie get out of a white Hyundai Elantra, point a gun, and start firing. There are two people also in that video seen running away, like immediately. The church pastor says they were the victim's wife and son. We have photos of the suspect's car up on mynorthwest.com, so take a look for sure. During that incident, the car's right passenger window was shattered, so the car should be easy to spot out there. If you do spot it or know anything about this, you're urged to call police.
Luke, thank you. A man in a wheelchair is in serious but stable condition after being shot in the chest yesterday afternoon on Seattle's waterfront. This happened just before 4:30 at Pier 55. An eyewitness who didn't want to be identified says a man in a wheelchair who regularly plays music for donations was approached by a man accusing him of being a false veteran. The man then took something from the man in the wheelchair. He pulled a knife. The other man pulled a gun and shot the man in the wheelchair once in the chest. He was taken to Harborview, and the gunman is in custody. The man suspected of shooting another man in the back of the head at the Northgate Transit Station this week made his first court appearance yesterday. We get the update from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
The 26-year-old suspect's bail is set at $5 million. Casey McNerthney in the King County Prosecutor's Office says both he and the victim, a 48-year-old man, appear to have known each other. Both of them attended Pima Medical Institute, which is not far from the scene of the shooting.
On the day of the murder, the suspect did not attend school.
The victim died the next day. Surveillance footage helped police identify the suspect. They tracked him down at his home in West Seattle on Wednesday. The motive for the shooting is still not clear. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
And the man accused of shooting a 67-year-old woman to death during a robbery last year outside a Tukwila Costco pleaded not guilty yesterday. Authorities had to bring 20-year-old Salman Haji back to the U.S. from Kenya. Casey McNerthney in the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office says the victim's daughter spoke during the court hearing about the pain of losing her mother.
It takes a lot of courage to relive, the difficulty of going through that, but the victim's daughter here thought it was important for the court to hear.
And bail was set at $5 million.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
It's 6:07. We made it to Friday for Seattle's Morning News, August 1st. Happy August, everybody. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie Harger is back next week. Sully's here checking the roads for us every 10 minutes on the threes. Good morning.
Good morning. Did you make it back from Seahawks training camp? I heard you had a little mishap yesterday.
Remember when I asked for a personal traffic report and said, am I going to make it there on time if I leave here right at 9? Yeah. I got stuck in traffic and missed the last shuttle because you got to hop the shuttle at the Rent and Land Pro Shop. So my daughter decided to come with me, which was the good thing. I was like, well, my teenager wants to come with me. Cool. I was going to go by myself. So we hoofed it. We walked to the VMAC to see if they would let us in, and they wouldn't. I know.
So I failed you, is what you're telling me.
It's all your fault. It is your fault.
Did you tell them you're Manda Factor?
Do they know who you are?
Do you know who I am?
He asked. He was so nice. He was like, I really can't let you in. Are you a VIP? And I said, of course I'm a VIP. I wasn't.
You're our VIP.
Look, there's G. Scott in there. He'll come and grab me.
Hey, G, come on.
The super sweet thing is it was Aloha giveaway shirt giveaway day. And the guy went and said, let me at least get your shirt since you walked all the way here. So we got the shirts.
Awesome.
We got to see the Blues over the lake. It was a nice experience. Didn't get into camp, though. All right, it's Friday. This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. The city of Kent's been seeing a drastic drop in gun violence this year. We're going to hear more about that from King County Prosecuting Attorney Lisa Mannion coming up. And also, Katrina is back, meaning it's the return of her parenting segment. There's a new parenting style making waves, and it's not for the faint of heart. Katrina will explain. It's 6:09. A Seattle police cruiser is badly damaged after an early morning crash downtown. It happened at 5th Avenue and Seneca Street. Video from the scene shows the front of the car crumpled, the airbag deployed. According to Como TV, it looks like the cruiser hit a pole, but another damaged car was nearby. It has since been cleared. Seattle police searching for a serial arsonist connected to at least 4 fires since Saturday. Fire Chief Harold Scoggins says they're looking into a 5th fire that destroyed a detached garage in the Beacon Hill neighborhood yesterday morning.
Undetermined right now. Our fire investigators are still working through the information and the detail there, but it does identify a concern for us.
So far, no injuries in any of the fires, including one that damaged a funeral home in the Columbia City neighborhood on Wednesday. Police say they have surveillance footage and believe they know what they're looking for. Kirkland police have arrested a 40-year-old Everett man they believe broke into nearly 24 businesses across 4 counties in the last 4 months. They say the man smashed windows to get into buildings, then used power tools to open safes and tills. Detectives identified a vehicle they believe was tied to the crimes and from there tracked down that suspect. A Tacoma suspect quickly learned he can't outrun police. Here's KIRO Newsradio's Heather Bosch.
It's an honest question.
What are you up to?
With an obvious answer.
Besides doing what appears to be drugs.
Tacoma police had been called to check out a suspicious car.
Yeah, you just parked on the side of the road with foil just sitting on your lap. Yeah.
The officer warning the 2 people inside.
I'm going to walk back to my car for a second just so you both know at this time you're not free to go, okay?
They didn't listen.
Hey!
Body cam video shows the guy spotted doing drugs running off. The officer in hot pursuit. The second person takes off in the other direction.
I'm going to get you, man. Just stop.
The cop made good on that threat, and the honest talk continued.
Hey, my job wouldn't be fun if you didn't occasionally do that, but I really wish you'd comply with the law.
Police say he went to jail, tired.
There was a dramatic rescue off the Washington coast. The Coast Guard says a 71-year-old woman had a heart emergency on a cruise ship. She was on the Carnival Legend headed from B.C. to San Francisco. Crews got the call about 6 o'clock Tuesday evening, about 120 miles west of Grays Harbor. They flew out, lowered a stretcher onto the ship, and lifted her up just before 9 o'clock. The Coast Guard says she was flown to the Coast Guard base in Astoria, Oregon. Well, first weekend of August, that means Seafair's taking over the city. The Blue Angels back in the sky, hydros revving up on Lake Washington. Genesee Park is the place to be for the food, the music, and family fun. And today is free day, no ticket needed. Festival, of course, runs through Sunday with air shows, races, and live entertainment, one of the biggest summer traditions here in the Pacific Northwest. Another game, another record broken for Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh. Big Dumper smacked his league-leading 42nd home run of the season yesterday, breaking the record for the most homers in a season by a switch-hitting catcher in MLB history.
Here's the pitch to Cal, swinging a high drive deep to right field. Garcia going back to the warning track, to the wall. Goodbye, baseball. More history for Cal Raleigh. His 42nd home run of the year.
That homer helped propel the Mariners to a 6-0 victory against the Rangers. The M's will look to get it done again tonight in Game 2 against Texas. First pitch at 7:10. You can listen to every game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. Boy, it's going to be a beautiful night for baseball at 6:12. Let's get a check on the weather. Brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard is with us. Happy Friday and August.
Oh.
It's August, Nick.
You sure it's not March?
No, it's not March.
Okay, well, I want you to check on that, but get back to me with a second source. But this morning, yeah, it's August, and it's increasingly getting a little cloudier south of Seattle. We have that marine cloud cover that will settle in south of the city. Not going to have as much in Seattle, but either way, we're all heading for another nice sunny day. Even still have some leftover clouds from, stuff in the Cascades and east of the Cascades from last night. But we'll go mostly sunny later today, and highs that will be in the upper 70s and lower 80s. Now, tomorrow, widespread low clouds in the morning, and I do think you will clear out for partly cloudy conditions in the afternoon. So you're not going to have as much sunshine tomorrow. Still a nice day, and still highs in the upper 70s. And then on Sunday, it's widespread clouds that I don't necessarily think will clear. More than likely, that low deck lifts into a higher low deck, but it might make things interesting for the Blue Angels in the afternoon because I don't think we're going to see much, if any, sunshine with highs in the low 70s, keeping it that way to start next week. And we might even see a few showers by, if not Wednesday, Thursday. So we're getting a little cooler, but today still around 80 and still a lot of sunshine.
Sounds like a nice weekend to me. Thanks, Nick. Right now in Seattle, we have a few clouds, some sunshine, and 59 degrees. 6:13, back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk we go. Here's Sully.
And we're not exactly enjoying a Friday light on southbound I-5 because of the Closure of the express lanes in the southbound direction. We have a backup that starts about 145th now, and we're at 45 minutes from Everett into Seattle. You compare that to 35 minutes from Everett into Bellevue, and you can see there's at least that 10-minute disparity there. Not a lot of people heading to 405, but if you want to, it's wide open at this point. Olympia to Tacoma, not bad at all, 35 minutes, but watch for a big crane working with a semi over on the right-hand side of the road, right near Gravelly Lake. Not a huge backup behind it because there isn't a lot of volume yet. Then Tacoma's quiet, and Federal Way to Seattle's only running 35 minutes, so pretty good travel time there. Valley Freeway also about 35 minutes. Renton to Bellevue's only 15. The Lake Bridges are still relatively quiet. 18 and 16 are also in very good shape. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 6:14 and time to check in with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashar. Justin Timberlake is opening up about a health battle, Katrina.
Yes, Justin Timberlake says he's been diagnosed with Lyme disease. And he says it's caused a massive amount of nerve pain as well as what he calls crazy fatigue and sickness. In an Instagram post, the 44-year-old musician says he's explaining this in the name of transparency after criticism about low energy appearances on his world tour that he just wrapped up. He calls Lyme a relentlessly debilitating disease.
That's too bad. We wish him well. It's 6:15.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
We told you there is some encouraging news on gun violence. The data for the second quarter of this year shows the number of fatal shootings, the number of non-fatal shootings, and the number of shots fired reported continue to go down. And we want to talk more about this. Let's dive a little deeper now. King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion is with us, as well as Katya Wojcik. She's co-founder and executive director of Project Be Free. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning.
Lisa Mannion, let's start with you. What is behind the reduction in gun violence, do you think? And just talk more about the trend.
Well, we are seeing a continued multi-quarter downward trend in gun violence in terms of reduced number of homicide victims, reduced number of non-fatal shootings, and reduced number of shots fired overall. I really think that a lot of the success and downward trend is because of a two-prong approach to tackling gun violence. One, we are working closely with police to identify the individuals causing harm in our community and bringing necessary and appropriate accountability. But also, we are working with nonprofits and police using data to identify the individuals who are close to gun violence, but who have not yet committed harm or become victims of harm. And the work that we are doing in Kent with Project Be Free and Latino Civic Alliance and the Kent Police Department is having some results.
I think it's difficult for you, I'm sure, because people say, well, wait a minute, I'm hearing about shootings all the time. In fact, we just had one this morning up at Northgate. What are the true numbers?
Well, we know at looking at quarter two of this year compared to quarter two of last year, overall shots fired are down 25%. In South County, that number is down by 27%. And this is the second quarter that we've sustained a decrease in gun violence. When you look at first quarter of 2025 compared to first quarter of 2024, we saw a 32% reduction in shots fired in King County, but South County saw a 50% reduction in shots fired.
So let's talk about what's being done in Kent. Katya Wojcik, again, co-founder and executive director of Project Be Free. What is the project, first of all?
Well, Project Be Free holds a couple of different programs that we are known for. I will say our mission for our organization is to support individuals and families that are experiencing domestic violence. And as we're growing in the community and getting more and more trust, it's really also about finding where there are intersections. Oftentimes we look at family structures and the lifespan of an individual, and we're finding that there is a lot of crossover when it comes to unhealthy family systems or cycles of abuse that then trickle into other instances such as substance abuse, mental health, gang violence, etc.
And what specifically does your program do?
So we're most known for our co-responder program, in which our licensed mental health counselors go in alongside law enforcement to DV 911 calls. And the program is really built on transparency and trust, because it's not that we're dispatched by 911. It's really that we are invited, and I say that
very firmly. We're invited by officers that trust us to support them and the community that they are supporting in that time of crisis.
Lisa, tell me more about how police and the prosecutor's office and these groups work together.
Well, the thing I appreciate about this partnership with Kent PD and our community-based nonprofits is that there's a high level of trust. We work together, we share information when appropriate, and we also know that there is a place for each of us. We can't do our work in the prosecuting attorney's office without law enforcement, and we also have better outcomes when we invite community to the table and they work alongside of us. So that three-part partnership has been extremely powerful.
When did we start counting shots fired? When did that reporting begin?
That reporting started in 2017.
And has that helped?
That has helped in the sense that it is allowed us to have the right amount of data to focus on areas where we see increases. It has helped us to understand gun violence. It has helped us to understand where we should be investing our resources and our attention. And it has brought, I would say, police and prosecutors together and put us on the same page in terms of our understanding.
Katya, where does your group go from here? You mentioned you're still growing.
Yeah.
What's next?
Well, I would say for our team, it's really just about expansion in regards to our mission. We recently supported the passing of a bill, House Bill 1498, which is now in law. And it's really getting more funding into organizations like ourselves to have partnerships with new cities that are wanting to have programs like our co-responder program alongside law enforcement, helping individuals that are in crisis.
I don't want to be negative, but what do you say to people who go, there's no way those numbers are going down? There's so much violence.
Well, the numbers do show that gun violence is going down. I think that whenever there's a gunshot, whenever there's gun violence, it scares people. People are afraid, and that makes sense. I also think that sometimes, when we say that gun violence has gone down, people believe that means that we are free, completely free of gun violence. And that's not the case. And while these numbers are encouraging, it also means that things are trending in the right direction. The stuff that we are doing is having a positive impact. So we keep going. It's not a sign to stop.
When you say stuff, what kind of stuff?
I think that the stuff is like
Katya's program.
Yes. Yeah. Working with community, working with effective nonprofits that know how to intervene, to work with families, to work with young people, to get to the root causes of violence. We also know that there are individuals who are causing actual harm in our community, and we are working closely with law enforcement to identify those individuals and to bring necessary accountability to interrupt that behavior.
Katya, what would you like to add? How can people help your organization?
Well, I think it's first about being curious about what the mission is. I think oftentimes when people think of gun violence, they think solely about gang violence, and we don't often think about family structures. But we know that, our family experience, our childhood experience really shapes and molds our lives. And this is not me putting blame just solely there, but really as a community, we have ownership in how, and should have ownership in how our young youth are impacted and how we can provide a safer community and environment. And that can only really happen through trust, transparency, and a lot of real talks, right? I think the important thing when we work with Kent Police Department is that they give us the knowledge and the tools to help in their situation, but there is trust in they're not going to ask all of the pieces of how we're supporting families or what we're specifically doing. And especially in those instances, families feel trusting in that partnership because we know immigration's a thing for a lot of our families. They have fear if we talk to law enforcement. What are the outputs of that? So I think in having such a strong partnership with a police department is that we are leveraging each other's strengths and really feeling out who is the appropriate party to take the baton and help in that time of need.
Thank you both very much. I appreciate your time this morning. Kent County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion and Katya Wojcik, the co-founder and executive director of Project Be Free. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 6:23. We need to check the Friday drive. We get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And it's Friday light just about everywhere, with the exception of southbound I-5 as you drive down past the closure of the express lanes in the Northgate area. I'm already confused. I definitely got Friday on the mind. You know, it's that place you've been stuck for the last 9 days.
Oh, yeah, that
now it's
one.
10 days. The backup begins right around 145th, and we're running at 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle. You compare that to 35 minutes from Everett into Bellevue. The brake lights on 405 are not too bad right there through Canyon Park, but they are starting to develop. A little bit further to the north, we're looking really good from Arlington through Marysville all the way down through Linwood. Looking at northbound 405 now, we're starting to see some little red on the map between the Renton S-curves at about 30th. Need about 18 minutes to get you up into Bellevue, which is really not too bad. The Valley Freeway is still pretty quiet. Got about 35 minutes from end to end. That's pretty good. Still have this semi over on the right-hand side, blocking a lane on northbound 5 as you get past Gravelly Lake, getting at the north end of JBLM. But there's really not a lot of volume there, so it's not causing much of an issue. 35 minutes or less, Olympia to Tacoma. And Pierce County in general is quiet. Tacoma's really quiet. Federal Way to Seattle's only running around 38 minutes, so we're good there. The lake bridges are fine. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful day. We're going to see sunshine by afternoon and 84 today. A little bit more cloudiness than we had expected for the weekend. Tomorrow, pretty thick clouds in the morning. Partly cloudy for afternoon and 77. Down to 72 on Sunday, staying mostly cloudy. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 59. Hey, the Seahawks are closing in on the preseason. We want to send you and you and 3 friends, that is, to watch the Seahawks game Friday, August 15th. Not your typical ticket giveaway. We're giving you and your buddies an exclusive pregame experience hosted by G. Scott for an up-close view of warm-ups and game day experience 1 hour before kickoff. All you have to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, just text app to 888-973-5476. Enter daily to increase your chances. This contest runs through Monday, August 4th. This is Seattle's Morning News.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Every jersey tells a story.
So many people dressed in Seahawk blue.
From unforgettable touchdowns.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Jackson Smith-Njigba, Johnny on the spot.
To game-changing hits.
He gets hit again. Leonard Williams drags him down.
To memorable catches.
Jordan dropping back to pass in the end zone to Largent. Touchdown, Seahawks!
History lives in every thread. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/ProShop.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at taxliencode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Seattle. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Seattle. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text LEARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's LEARN to 26022. But hurry, seats are limited. Text LEARN to 26022.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:31. Today is the deadline to get a new trade deal done between the U.S. and Canada before new heavy tariffs kick in. President Trump's tariffs will also impact dozens of other countries and a lot of things you buy every day. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following the tariff deadline closely and joins us live.
Yeah, nothing right now. There's no news right now, but we're watching it closely, and there's a lot to unpack here. So here's what I want you to do. You're driving right now, and as you're driving to work, look over at the port where you are, Tacoma or Seattle. They're pretty full right now. Well, John McCarthy, the president of the Port of Tacoma Commission, though, says that could change really, really soon.
The thoughts remain uncertain and unpredictable. So I think we're concerned, particularly as this kind of deadline looms.
If these new tariffs kick in today, food and clothing will become more expensive, and of course things like cars and energy. But this morning the latest jobs report shows pretty dismal numbers with only 73,000 new jobs reported in July. The Labor Department says unemployment has now risen. Sam Cho with the Port of Seattle also worries we could be looking at more inflation.
While inflation has been modest the last several months, once all of the supplies are depleted from the front loading, we're going to start seeing prices go up because there's no way to get around these tariffs.
Unless deals get done. So let's check the scorecard here. Countries that are up against a deadline today include South Korea, Thailand, Brazil, and India. Trade talks with Mexico were just extended for 90 days. For Canada, if we don't get a deal done with Canada today, Canada faces 35% tariffs on goods like steel, aluminum, auto parts, and copper, and they will, of course, react with tariffs on U.S. goods. Well, last week, Trump said they haven't really had a lot of luck with Canadian negotiators, and here's what Canadian business analysts like this professor at the University of Calgary are saying about Trump.
What you have with Trump are essentially handshake deals with the used car salesman who wasn't there last week and may not be there the coming week.
Yeah, so a lot of posturing going on right now instead of a trade deal. The Fed decided, of course, not to cut interest rates this week. If tariffs kick in, there's a good possibility the Bank of Canada will cut interest rates there. Again, just keep watching the ports because they will tell you everything you need to know. Not a lot of containers there. That means prices are probably going to go up because there's not a lot of stuff coming into the country to sell. A lot of containers like they are right now. Things are pretty mellow and they're all right. But, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if the deals don't get done, this could be pretty bad.
We shall see. Thanks, Luke. The other big story we're following this morning, Seattle police are looking for a suspect wanted in the deadly shooting of a man outside a church in the U District. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha says this marks Seattle's 23rd homicide of the year.
right outside the Pursuit Northwest Church on 17th Avenue, just south of 50th Street. Chief Sean Barnes said the shooting appears to be targeted and said that a white Hyundai Elantra pulled up and a person in that vehicle opened fire and killed the victim, and then that vehicle took off.
I think sometimes people who are bent on doing bad things don't care about their environment.
Once again, they are looking for a white Hyundai Elantra with black rims and a busted front passenger side window.
We have a picture of that car at mynorthwest.com. It's 6:33 and time to check the roads. We do traffic every 10 minutes. Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Only one corridor misbehaving so far on this fast Friday. We've got southbound I-5. The brake lights begin right around 175th now in Shoreline, go down past the closed express lanes in Northgate and then kind of extend down to about 85th. We've got about a 50-minute trip now from Everton to Seattle. That's 15 minutes slower than it should be. You look at 405, it's running right around 35 minutes, though we are starting to see things bog down away from Linwood now and through Canyon Park, but after that it's a pretty clean drive the rest of the way. The rest of the map, as I said, is enjoying a really good drive. Valley Freeway is under 40 minutes from end to end. The Renton S-curves are a little busy, but if you're getting a 20-minute trip up to Bellevue, that's a win at this time of day. Federal Way to Seattle's about 40 minutes, so that's really not bad at all. Tacoma is nice and easy. We do have a conked out semi that they're working on northbound I-5 right near Gravelly Lake at the north end of JBLM. It's in the right lane, but not a huge volume around it, so the backup there is pretty much non-existent. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, we have some clouds in spots this morning. Eventually sunshine and 80 for today. Seafair weekend doesn't look too bad. We'll see clouds tomorrow morning, pretty thick in the morning hours, but partly cloudy by afternoon and 77. Mostly cloudy Sunday. No rain in the forecast, but they're going to see more clouds on Sunday than Saturday. 72 on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 59. And at 6:35, it's time for your opening bell report. Luke briefly mentioned the unemployment rate has ticked up to 4.2% on a weak July unemployment report. PNC Financial Chief Economist Gus Fauché says only 73,000 jobs were created.
We saw job losses in a lot of industries. So we saw job losses in manufacturing and professional and business services. We did see strong job growth in healthcare, and obviously that's good news, but healthcare can't carry the entire load.
Washington's construction industry is hitting the brakes. The state lost more than 11,000 jobs in the last year. That's the biggest drop in the country, according to the Associated General Contractors of America. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, 1/3 of those losses came from the Seattle-Tacoma-Bellevue area. Experts say developers are pulling back. Banks are tightening up lending. That means fewer high-rise buildings going up. Alaska Airlines customers are sounding the alarm after account breaches left their mileage balances wiped out. Matt Cottingham tells KIRO 7 TV he found out months after his account had been broken into.
It wasn't until that initial 2-hour and 14-minute hold call where they informed me, yeah, you had miles stolen.
Cybersecurity experts point to weak protections, including the lack of two-factor authentication as a possible cause. Alaska Airlines has yet to respond publicly, leaving many frustrated and scrambling to secure their accounts. 4 Alaska Airlines flight attendants are taking Boeing to court over the door plug blowout on a 737 MAX 9 in January of last year. We get more from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
They say they were hurt both physically and emotionally, and they want financial compensation, and they also want changes made to make flying safer. The NTSB found that Boeing skipped key safety steps, missing 4 bolts, and blamed poor training and oversight. The FAA was also called out for not catching the problem.
No comment from Boeing. If you signed up for a Biden-era repayment plan on that school loan, well, get ready to pay up. CBS News correspondent Jennifer Kuiper reports the average monthly payment could rise $300 per month, $3,500 per year.
The Saving on a Valuable Education, or SAVE plan, was created by the Biden administration in 2023 to help student loan borrowers. When it got tied up in the courts and put on hold, the Biden administration moved all of the enrollees into zero-interest forbearance, meaning that their loans were temporarily placed on hold and interest stopped accruing. The Education Department under the Trump administration says resuming interest on the loans represents a measure of fiscal responsibility. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Some top AI researchers researchers are landing 9-figure salaries in the industry's latest free agent frenzy.
Tech giants like Google, Meta, OpenAI, and Microsoft have been poaching employees from one another and from successful AI startups, with contract offers as big as the ones pro sports teams dole out. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg recently hired a 24-year-old AI researcher for $250 million over 4 years, after that candidate had rejected a $125 million offer. Tech analysts say those big contracts are worth it when your company is nearing $2 trillion in market capitalization. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Trading is underway on Wall Street, and the street does not like the jobs report I just told you about. The Dow is down about 527 right now at 43,603. S&P 500 is down 76. The NASDAQ is down 323 points right now. A word now for KIRO 7 TV. Starting at 4, it's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
About 192,000 KidCraft farm-to-table play kitchens are being recalled because of a strangulation hazard.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission says Backyard Kids has recalled the play kitchens after learning that if young children are climbing on the counter or crawling through the opening at the back of the play kitchen, their clothing can get caught on the plastic or metal hooks meant to hold toy kitchen accessories such as play pots and pans, posing a strangulation hazard. You should immediately stop letting children use the play kitchens, remove the original hooks, and contact Backyard Kids for free replacement hooks. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
All right, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at our good old friend, the southbound I-5 backup that starts now in Shoreline, getting down into Seattle. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
We get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Throw down to second base, tag by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going and going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The Mariners' jam-packed homestand continues this weekend against the Rangers. Don't miss the fireworks show after tonight's game at 7:10 and Aloha Shirt Day tomorrow at 1:10. Then it's time to honor Ichiro at T-Mobile Park with great giveaways, his number retirement ceremony, and more. August 5th through the 10th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
G. Scott here to talk about Sunbucks, a SNAP program that provides free, healthy food when school is out. If you could use the help, simply fill out the form online to determine eligibility for $120 of free food per child. If families had cards last year, they have been replenished. If families need new cards, they can call the Sunbucks call center. This message is presented by Safeway, where customers can use SNAP to save on produce and shop online. Visit hungerfreewa.org/summer EBT.
At 6:43, let's check the Friday drive once again. Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, it is Friday light across the board with that one pesky exception. It's our good old friend of now like 12 or 13 days. Our 10th commuting day with southbound I-5 without the express lanes open in Northgate. And we're backed up a couple of miles all the way up to about 175th now. And we've got about a 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, which on a normal Friday or, normal commuting day isn't too bad, but it's Friday light. And you look at Everett to Bellevue and it's only 35 minutes. So that tells you it's about 15 minutes slower than it should be. But again, that's our only spot. If you're going anywhere else, you're in a pretty good space. You've got some little bit of braking through the S-curves in Renton, but northbound 405, 20 minutes to get you to Bellevue. That's a win. Valley Freeway from Puyallup and Sumner up through Auburn looks good, and then continuing up to Renton's not bad at all. 40 minutes or less up the Valley Freeway. Olympia to Tacoma's nice and easy, 35 minutes there. You do have to watch out for a conked-out semi and a little bit of action with a couple of big tow trucks around it. Right near Gravelly Lake Drive, just at the north end of of JBLM. We've got the right lane block there, but once you're through that, it's really not too bad at all. Federal Way to Seattle's running 40 minutes. The lake bridges are quiet. Even 18 is quiet today as you make your way over Tiger Mountain. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, we're going to see partly sunny skies by afternoon, headed for a high of 80. For tomorrow, 77. And we're going to stay partly cloudy for tomorrow with some pretty thick cloud cover in the morning hours. It'll burn off. And then Sunday, a little bit cooler. 72 on Sunday, staying mostly cloudy. No rain in the forecast for the weekend, though. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 59. And at 6:45, well, now that Jelly Roll's able to travel outside the U.S., new opportunities are on the horizon. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard tells us about his latest gig.
Yes, Jelly Roll will perform at the Strumming Bird Festival in Australia.
Only talk to God when I need a favor.
It will take place over 3 nights in October and November. He'll be headlining there along with Shabuzi. Jelly's full slate of shows for the rest of the year are actually out of the country. He'll be on Post Malone's global tour, which will take him to places like Germany, England, Portugal, Italy, and Spain.
Why was he not allowed to travel?
So he got into a lot of trouble with the law in his teens.
Okay, I knew he had been in jail.
Yes. So a part of his condition, he was not allowed to have a passport. And once he was granted one a few years ago, sure, the U.S. said he can go into the country, but other countries were like, we don't want you.
Gotcha. Okay, stay with us because you have some parenting stuff coming up, right?
I do.
Okay, a new parenting style making waves, not for the faint of heart. Katrina will tell us all about it coming up. It's 6:46.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
When I was in the market for a new car, I wanted to buy from a dealership that had the best selection and value, outstanding customer service, and a sterling reputation. That is exactly what I found at Carter Subaru. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. Over the years, our family has purchased 2 Outbacks from Carter Subaru, and we plan to be customers again in the future. With over 200 new vehicles in stock, they've got what you're looking for today, including the 2025 Outback with 1.9% financing for 48 months on approved credit. And right now, you can also get the 2024 Crosstrek with 2.9% APR for 48 months OAC. As a family-owned business, they take great pride in making car buying a hassle-free experience. Shop with the Carter Subaru Advantage and enjoy valet parking at their Ballard dealership and at-home delivery across all their locations. Visit Carter Subaru Shoreline or Carter Subaru Ballard today.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
If you really want to do this correctly, then you get to enjoy every day of retirement like it's a Saturday. And if you don't, it's a Monday for the rest of your life.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth, Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's one question every couple needs to answer. What if something happens to us? Kids, a house, a life you've built. But no estate plan? That's a risk you don't want to take. With Trust and Will, it's fast, secure, and easy to protect what matters most. Start your plan today at trustandwill.com. Use code RADIO to save 20%. Check it off your list. One less thing to worry about. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. See website for details.
Trust and Will.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
You made it to Friday. It's August 1st. It's now 6:49. A new parenting style is causing a stir on social media and in the sandbox. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us about the new trend.
All right, so let's get into it. It's called FAFO parenting. It's short for an expletive, so let's just say it's short for mess around and find out. And it's gaining traction among moms and dads who believe consequences speak louder than calm, gentle conversations. So the Wall Street Journal reports that parents are ditching the soft touch approach known as gentle parenting, which we've talked about in the past, which defined Gen Z's upbringing, opting instead for a firmer style that lets kids learn the hard way. For example, your child forgets their raincoat? Well, walk home wet. Refuse dinner? Okay, well, then wait for breakfast. One Virginia mom went viral for tossing her son into a pond with all his clothes on after he sprayed her with a water gun at a campground. Her message, life's lessons are not always gentle, and sometimes you've got to out-feral their feral. This parenting style is not new. It's usually called authoritative parenting. So Erica Suter, she's a parenting expert. She broke it down further on ABC's Good Morning America.
There's a really simple way to implement it. You want to make sure that there are clear expectations about behavior. So we don't talk disrespectfully to grown-ups in this house. And if they do, there has to be a consequence. But don't say, I'm going to cancel your 8th birthday. No parent ever does that. Make the consequence something like no screen time or no play dates on the next 2 Saturdays, something like that. And then you want to make sure there are natural consequences. I have a teenager who refuses to wear his coat in the winter. And I'm like, okay, go out and be cold. And I'm not going to run your coat to school. If you need it.
Critics say this tough love method could be a backlash to years of permissive parenting, while supporters argue it builds resilience and accountability.
And so you also want to be warm, but not wobbly. You don't want to give in when they're complaining about, this isn't fair, but you want to say, I understand how you feel. I know you don't want to leave the playground, but it's time to go.
So whether you're Team Gentle or Team FAFO, Erica Suter makes one final point supporting an authoritative parenting style.
Here's the great thing about authoritative parenting. It makes great problem solvers, people who have more emotional regulation, people who can deal with conflict better, and they're more resilient. So there are a lot of great things that come from giving that kind of structure and having that kind of discipline.
Regardless, I think one thing is clear. The parenting debate is heating up. So what are your thoughts about this, Manda?
Well, all three of us were kind of sitting over here nodding while you were talking, especially
why does this have to be called something? This is just called parenting. I mean, this is normal parenting.
It's trendy.
No, it's this is how you're supposed to raise your children.
I don't think
garbage over the last 25 years.
I don't think I'd throw my
terrible.
kid in a pond.
I have.
I also, not to get too gendered with it, I do think it's a little different raising a young woman raising a young man. Yeah. I think there are kind of differences in the way that this authoritative parenting happens. I do think the really important thing that this Erica points out there is communicating with it, talking to your kid about why these consequences matter, why these consequences are happening, not just disciplining them willy-nilly. That was a thing my parents did really well. They were really strict, and they were not afraid to give pretty harsh consequences, but my dad was really good at sitting me down, telling me he really loved me, cared about me, being very compassionate and explaining why the punishment was happening.
And look how well you turned out.
And there you go.
It's beautiful. I have a 14-year-old, and my thing right now is not giving in. I really struggle with it.
I hear you.
It's hard.
It is hard. From the entire spectrum. I think that regardless of whether you're raising teens or you're an empty nester or like you have toddlers, like David and I think that kids just need to hear the word no.
Yeah. Yep.
And don't be afraid. I think one thing my parents always told me as a kid was, I'm not your friend.
Yeah.
So it's about the relationship you have with your child. So if you're communicating to them, be clear and be intentional about why you're not getting this thing that you want. And I think as a result for Gen Z in particular, it's like, well, I was never told the word no, so why are all these terrible things and hard things happening to me in life? Well, you're going to hear no. And sometimes there is an explanation, but you want to have accountability and resilience in your child to weather the storm and be strong.
It is work. Thank you very much, Katrina. It's 6:53. We head back to Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, who's shaking his head.
So nice to see the pendulum go back to normal.
You're right.
I mean, go back to this shouldn't be called anything other than just parenting.
To be fair, there are a lot of Gen Z
styles.
kids who were raised in this type of environment as well, and a lot of millennial kids who are raised in a more gentle environment. So it's just a generalization.
Right now.
How about the traffic, Sully?
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, no, don't get on I-5 southbound.
Every once in a while, you need to hear no.
Yeah, you do, because it happens in life every day. Looking at southbound 5, it's backed up from about 150 now, not quite 175th. So a travel time of under 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle. So that's pretty decent. We are filling in a little bit on southbound 405 away from Linwood. So it's up to about 45 minutes now to Bellevue. But overall, a better day so far coming down out of Snohomish County. Northbound 405 is struggling a little bit past SR 900, but 25 minutes to make it to Bellevue is pretty good. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is quiet. Federal Way to Seattle's running under 40 minutes. Northbound 5 is doing really easy from Olympia to Tacoma. No problems there, 35 minutes. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast starting off with clouds in spots, but we'll see partly cloudy skies by afternoon. Some sunshine and a high of 80 today. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 77 after some pretty thick fogs in the morning. Thick clouds in the morning. Sunday, mostly cloudy and 72. Coming up, the Rick Riz Show. Big week for the Mariners. We're going to break down the team's trades and the immediate impact they seem to be having. Coming up at 7:15. This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Stocks are tumbling in early trading. Dow's off 660 points. That's 1.5% after the Labor Department released a much weaker than expected jobs report for July and revised the numbers downward significantly for May and June. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Those 2 months of revisions means that we had 250,000 fewer jobs than previously reported.
Economist Gus Fauché.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot of uncertainty about the tariffs. We see government spending cuts that are having a drag. We've seen consumers turn more cautious. We've seen businesses turn more cautious.
President Trump upped the ante in his trade war, announcing a new round of tariffs on dozens of countries, hours before his first round was set to take effect last night. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
This was supposed to be the start of a major reordering of global trade. The fact now that just late last night they said, actually, no, wait, 70 countries have 7 more days to try to cut a deal, and we're going to give Mexico 3 more months, and we're hoping we get 3 more months to negotiate with China. All of it means that uncertainty that businesses have been seeing across the country is going to get delayed even more.
New tariffs take effect next Thursday at rates of up to 50%. A 28-year-old teacher just made a court appearance in the murders of a couple at an Arkansas state park.
You're in front of me today, sir, for your first appearance under Arkansas Rule of Criminal Procedure 8.1.
Andrew McGann was charged with 2 counts of capital murder after he was arrested at a barber shop. CBS's Omar Villafranca.
Investigators say McGann stabbed Clinton Brink first, and his wife rushed their daughters, ages 7 and 9, to safety. When she returned to help him, she was also stabbed to death.
They absolutely protected those girls to their fullest extent.
McGann was reprimanded to prison this morning with no bond. They're cleaning up in the Northeast after massive flooding that submerged submerged highways, train tracks, and canceled and delayed thousands of flights. Correspondent Nikki Batiste is at LaGuardia Airport in New York.
Yeah, everyone should still be careful today. The threat for the East Coast isn't over yet, particularly in the Carolinas, where we could see some heavy rain there today and possibly more flash flooding.
Ford is recalling 300,000 trucks and SUVs. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
Yeah, everyone should still be careful.
The power assist can fail on the brakes of certain 2025 Expeditions, Navigators, Broncos, F-150s, and Rangers. That can extend stopping distance and increase the risk of a crash. The problem is software related and will be fixed with a software update.
Dow now down 780, NASDAQ off 532. That's 2.5%. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03. Let's get you back on the road. We get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Center.
And it's manageable, actually, today on southbound I-5 through what has been those really tough drives getting down through Northgate, where the express lanes are not open southbound. The backup is actually not quite to 145th. And about 47, 48 minutes. That's really not too bad from Everett down into Seattle. I know it's about 15 minutes slower than a typical Friday, but a little bit better than maybe you might have anticipated. It's not terrible through Canyon Park down on 405 either, but about a 45-minute trip from Everett into Bellevue. So, a little bit behind schedule, but again, manageable. Federal Way to Seattle still running 40 minutes. The Valley Freeway is under 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. The Renton S-curves do have some brake lights to deal with in the, right there up towards SR 900, but 25 minutes to get to Bellevue is a pretty good number. The Lake Bridges are fine, and the rest of the map is quiet. So let's try to keep it going. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
It is 7:04. Good morning. Developing this morning, Seattle police are searching for a suspect wanted for a deadly shooting in Seattle's University District. This happened right next to a church along UW's Greek Row, and we get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, surveillance video of this shooting that happened last night right outside Pursuit Seattle Church shows a suspect wearing a black hoodie get out of a car and then open fire. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes told KIRO 7 TV this was a targeted attack.
This was very targeted. But it doesn't matter because when someone is firing their weapon as many bullets, other people can be hurt.
A church pastor, Russell Wilson, then went on social media and talked about the shooting and said the victim was a parishioner.
A young man who has a wife and a child was tragically killed. We're doing our best to try to minister to the family and to the other young adults who were gathered who obviously are dealing with the shock.
Now, back to that surveillance video, it also shows two people seen running away as soon as those shots were fired. The church pastor says those two people were the victim's wife and son. They're okay. Police say the suspect took off in a white Hyundai Elantra. We're going to have photos of that, of the suspect's car, on mynorthwest.com. The car's right front passenger window was shattered during the incident, so, Amanda, the car should be easy to spot.
All right, thanks, Luke. A man in a wheelchair was shot in the chest yesterday afternoon on Seattle's waterfront. We get more on this from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
This started as an argument between two people, both armed.
There was some kind of scuffle about stolen act of valor.
Police say the two clashed on Alaskan Way. A man in a wheelchair claimed the other man took one of his items. So the man in the wheelchair pulled a knife out, motioned toward that other man. That's when police say the other man shot the person in the wheelchair in the chest. Police did arrest the suspected gunman, took him to King County Jail. The other man is at Harborview in serious condition.
The Seattle Police Department says a man has been arrested now in connection with the deadly shooting Monday at the Northgate Transit Center. He made his first court appearance yesterday. Police arrested the 26-year-old Wednesday. They say he shot a 48-year-old man in the head. Both the suspect and the victim attended Pima Medical Institute, not far from the scene of that shooting. Seattle Police Detective Eric Munoz says the motive is not clear.
This was an intentional killing of another human being. We know that for a fact.
Judge set the suspect's bail at $5 million. A Lummi Nation police officer was recording on his body camera when a man opened fire on him this week. The video shows the officer walking up to the man whose car was in a ditch.
Hello? Hey, come here. Hey.
The officer was shot 7 times Monday, still in the hospital. Police have arrested Jesus Penuelas Agramon, a convicted felon wanted in Colorado. He now faces attempted murder charges. And a crash downtown left a Seattle police car in rough shape this morning. Happened around 5th and Seneca. The cruiser's front end was smashed. The airbag popped. Video shows it may have hit a pole, but another car was also damaged. Como TV reports there's no word yet on injuries or what caused that crash. It has since been cleared.
Keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
Oh, we made it to Friday at 7:07. It is the 1st of August, headed into the big Seafair weekend. It's going to be nice. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie Harger is off. He'll be back on Monday. Sully's here checking the roads for us every 10 minutes. And you're headed to the game tonight, right?
Yeah, we're going to go, got our next door neighbors, got us some tickets, so we're going to head with them and go check out the new lineup tonight at T-Mobile Park, so we're really excited about that.
It'll be a nice night for it.
Yeah.
Producer David Burbank is here. Katrina Gashard is checking on the big stories coming from the news desk. Nick Krasha in the control room running the boards. And coming up, the Rick Riz Show. Speaking of the Mariners, they're the talk of the town after making some big trades before yesterday's deadline. We're going to talk to Rick about the team. Also, G. Scott emceed yesterday's Seahawks training camp, which I was supposed to attend and couldn't because I was late. And if you saw any of the videos of it online, it was quite the party. Looks like he had a great time there, and he's going to tell us all about it. It's now 7:08, Seattle's Morning News. A mother and father in Lacey found not guilty of the attempted murder of their 17-year-old daughter. We get more from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
Hassan and Zara Ali were on trial for assaulting their daughter outside Timberline High School in Lacey last fall. Witnesses reported seeing Mr. Ali choke his daughter until she was unconscious. He was found guilty of assault and unlawful imprisonment. The mother was found guilty of violating a protection order. Sentencing for both is expected next month. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle police detectives with the arson bomb squad are... I have a window that popped up, and there we go. Seattle police detectives with the arson and bomb squad are continuing to investigate a series of intentionally set fires in South Seattle this week. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin spoke to a neighbor that is, who woke up to the flames outside his window and jumped into action.
Oh my gosh, there's somebody on top of the house next door. What is she trying to do?
Video shows the backyard apartment structure go up in flames. Sam Post is the neighbor on the nearby roof.
Stood up out of bed and I looked out the window. The flames were just 2 stories high. The entire structure was completely engulfed.
He says his first instinct was to grab a hose.
Just started wetting down as much as I could to where my unit wouldn't catch. I started yelling at my neighbors and they too got up.
Firefighters say nobody was inside the building or the main home on the property.
The city of Seattle is suing the Trump administration for its threat to withhold federal funding for things like transportation, health care, housing, and other programs. Mayor Bruce Harrell says the president is targeting Seattle for its unwavering support for the LGBTQ community.
Every person, every human being deserves a right to live freely as their authentic selves without fear of harassment and discrimination. That is our foundation. That is our One Seattle model. That is who we are.
At stake in a lawsuit, more than $370 million in threatened federal funding cuts. Customers with Alaska Airline miles are reporting their miles disappearing from their accounts after an apparent hack. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson has more.
When Matt Cottingham went to buy his flight this week,
it gave me an error message.
Alaska had frozen his account after nearly $2,000 in airline miles had disappeared. The website itself may be the reason. Cybersecurity expert Christopher Budd says the update the airline is doing to its website makes it all confusing.
It's hard to find where to change your password, so it's hard to change your password. And Alaska, unlike other airlines, does not offer multi-factor authentication.
It took months for Matt to find out about this.
Experts say people should avoid using similar usernames and passwords and use a password manager to keep track of it all. A cruise turned scary for one woman off the Washington coast. The Coast Guard says she had a heart issue Tuesday night far from shore. She was on the Carnival Legend about 120 miles west of Grays Harbor. Crews flew out, dropped a stretcher onto the ship, and pulled her up. It happened at 8:40 in the evening. Coast Guard says she's now recovering after being flown to Astoria. Seafair weekend is here. The Blue Angels flying, hydros racing. The party is at Genesee Park. You'll find live music there, food, fun for the whole family. And today, it's free to get in. The action runs all the way through the weekend. It's now 7:11. Well, it took no time at all for the new Mariners edition, Eugenio Suarez, to contribute to the team. In the 4th inning of yesterday's victory over the Rangers, Suarez raked his raked in his 20th double of the season.
The 2-2. Swung on, hot shot down the third baseline. That's a fair ball going to the corner. Hits the sidewall that jets out. Gino wants 2. He's around first base. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez. A double.
Kidding. Then after advancing to third base on a sac fly, Gino scored the first run of the game.
Rocker ready. Here's the 1-2. Bounced in, it gets away. Here comes Gino. He's going to score, and the Mariners take the lead. A wild pitch, and the Mariners are on the board. It is 1-0.
Mariners went on to win 6-0, and Suarez spoke after the game about his return to Seattle.
I feel the love, and I appreciate that so much. You know, that was a lot for me and my wife and my daughters, and it feels like I never left.
Game 2 tonight, 7:10 first pitch. You can listen to every game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. And Rick Riz is going to join us here in just a few minutes. It's 7:12. That's time for a check on the weather. And that is sponsored by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard is with us.
You know, we're seeing a little bit of low cloud cover settle in. Not much, but it's increasing, especially south of the city. And you do have some in the city. You know, for example, the very top of the Columbia Tower is now in some cloud cover. But don't worry, that'll clear out of here. We'll go at least partly cloudy at lunchtime and then partly to mostly sunny, if not just mostly sunny this afternoon. Highs will be around seasonal levels, which for today is still 79 on average, still the warmest time of the year. We should get to about 80 or so, and then low 80s for the South Sound, upper 70s closer into, say, like Everett to Bellingham in the mid-70s. Now, tomorrow's a little trickier. We're going to have widespread low clouds, and then you will see some sun in the afternoon, but probably only partly cloudy, and it takes a lot longer than today. Not bad. Just a little cooler in the upper 70s, but Sunday does look cloudy, and it's going to be interesting to see what this does to Seafair, depending on the timing of the Blues and what the cloud deck is looking like in the afternoon. But I do think it's cloudy for most of your day, maybe a little drizzle, and then mostly cloudy in the low 70s, and it actually starts that way next week as well. May even see some showers by the end of the week. This is outrageous! Although we need the rain, so I'll take it.
Yes, we do. Thanks, Nick. Right now it's 59 in Seattle, and time to head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk once again. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And what's not outrageous is the drive out of Snohomish County today.
Good.
It's actually in pretty decent shape. I mean, you're going to hit the brake lights hard at about 45th down past the Northgate area. But a 45 to 48-minute trip from Everett into Seattle's really not all that bad. And then a 45-minute trip from Everett into Bellevue. Brake lights now south of Canyon Park. So definitely not as bad as we've seen it the last 9 mornings. But again, it is Friday light out there, so let's see if we can keep that going. Northbound 405, the only other spot that does have some brake lights. It's really only 25 minutes to get you up into Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway, quiet from end to end in both directions. Only 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Federal Way to Seattle's under 40 minutes, even past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown, just a little bit of yellow. And Olympia to Tacoma has no issues. No, KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 7:15. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here, and we have yet another sequel to talk about. This one, Freakier Friday, just 1 week away, and one of the stars is getting real about aging.
Freakier Friday is a comedy where a mother, a daughter, granddaughter, and even a stepdaughter all switch bodies. At the London premiere of the movie, Jamie Lee Curtis pushed back on beauty standards and the rise of cosmetic surgery. Here's what she had to say.
I do believe it's a bit of a problem that people think they have to change what they look like, what their natural body is doing. They're looking at images of other people who've done it, who claim they haven't done it. That perpetuates the problem. I've been an advocate for natural beauty for a very long time. I think every person is beautiful. I hope that we really start looking at it.
Jamie says she feels more powerful and beautiful at 66 years old than ever before in her life.
I love her. I think she is stunning. Thanks, Katrina. It's now 7:16.
Fly ball deep to left field, and this one is goodbye baseball, and the Mariners win it.
The Rick Riz Show.
And a swing and a miss, came back with a splitter for strike 3.
The legendary Mariners broadcaster joins Seattle's Morning News every Friday to talk about the biggest stories with the Mariners.
It is grand salami time. A walk-off grand slam.
Well, oh my, it's been a busy week for your Seattle Mariners. So we get the updates on all the news with the team from our friend Rick Riz. Good morning, Rick.
Hey, good morning, Amanda and David. Thanks for dropping in. Dave Niehouse's My Oh My.
Of course.
His wife Marilyn and family came up to the booth last night.
Oh,
so
nice.
A lot of fun at the ballpark. Nice win for the Mariners.
It was a big night, too. Just the type of a performance we wanted from the return of Eugenio Suarez, right?
Oh, really? I mean, there were a lot of good vibes going on at the ballpark last night. It started the night before in the wee hours of the morning. We had a night game in Sacramento, and the plane waited for Gino and his wife and 2 daughters to get on the plane. And the reception, Manda and David, was absolutely unbelievable. He walks on the plane, and everybody started clapping and yelling and ended up. And then he gave a hug to everybody on the plane, from the front of the plane all the way to all of us in the back of the plane, over 80 hugs. So it was really an amazing reception. It was fun.
I'm tearing up. I don't know why. I'm so excited about his return. What kind of presence does he bring to the clubhouse?
Oh, it's just huge. I mean, when we got him 4 years ago, we made a trade with the Cincinnati Reds. We got Gino and also Jesse Winker. And I was down at Field 1. It was at spring training. It was in the middle of March. And I called my buddy Marty Brenneman, who was the Hall of Fame broadcaster for the Cincinnati Reds for 40 years. He's been around for a long time. And I asked him about the trade. He said, Jesse Winker, he hits lefties. But Gino Suarez, he's going to hit for power. He's going to play great defense. And he said, Rick, I'm telling you, he was the nicest player I've ever met in my broadcasting career. I said, Marty, you were with the Big Bad Machine, Johnny Bench, Pete Rose, all those guys. He's the nicest guy I've ever met. And sure enough, he is one of the nicest guys we've ever met in the game of baseball. But he just brings everybody up. He walks in the clubhouse with a smile. He's ready to play a kid's game, and it's just so much fun to have him back. And he had a double last night and made a nice double, started a nice double play. So he's happy to be back, and so is his family.
Awesome. Talk to me about rookie Cole Young, who hit an absolute moonshot, 470 feet last night. How rare is that kind of power, especially from a rookie?
It's kind of rare for anybody, but a kid like that, his first year in the big leagues, and he's just learning, these pitchers in the big leagues, and he's getting so much confidence. He's hitting about 290 over the last month, so he's putting the bat on the ball. He had a triple into the gap in right center field in his next at bat. That was his first triple in the big leagues. But when he barrels up a ball, he can hit it a long way, and it hit up by the patio of the Hit It Here Cafe in right field. So when you're looking for a pitch and you get to it and you're able to get behind it and get that good backspin, this kid surprised everybody, maybe even himself. But he's going to be a good one for a long time.
There are some analysts out there singing a different tune now about the Mariners after these moves. What are the expectations for you now? What do you think?
To win. Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander did an amazing job. They got the 2 big bats that were available. They were still on other teams, but right at the trade deadline, the Diamondbacks were getting ready to change their plans, and they made these 2 guys available. And Jerry and Justin, they got Naylor about a week ago while we were in Anaheim for a couple of minor leaguers. And then Gino was available. I didn't think they were getting him after they got Naylor. That's what Gino even said, but Jerry stayed persistent, and Justin. They put in a lot of work, and they got him for 3 minor leaguers, and they didn't have to go to their top 10 prospects, down in the minor leagues right now. So it was an amazing move. And now with a deep lineup like this is one of the best lineups now in the American League. And, the pitching is just going to get better and better. These guys are going to bounce back. George Kirby was outstanding last night. We look for a good outing from Logan tonight. So the expectations here is to win, get to the playoffs, and win a World Series.
Rick, you mentioned the lineup. I found it really interesting. The lineup came out a few hours before first pitch yesterday. Me and my buddies were kind of freaking out about it because you looked at it. It was, I've got it right here. Randy Arozarena first, then Cal Raleigh second, Julio third, Josh Naylor fourth, then Gino, Polanco, Canzone, JP, Young.
Crazy.
I don't see a single gap in there. We were thinking this is the best lineup we might have seen from a Mariners team since like 2001.
Yeah, no, it's a deep lineup now because you put 2 big bats in the middle of the order. It just lengthens the entire lineup. J.P. Crawford with a big RBI triple in last night's game at the bottom of the order now, where he had tremendous success in the early part of the year. Randy's hitting the ball like crazy and stealing bases. So 1 through 9, there's not an easy spot in the lineup, so it's going to be real tough for everybody. Now, with Cal Raleigh, another home run, by the way, historic home run last night, his 88th RBI, his 42nd home run. He leads the league in runs batted in. Geno Suarez was leading the National League in RBIs with 87. So in this lineup, you have the two league leaders in runs batted in the same lineup. I'm laughing here. I mean, it's
I don't know if I've ever been more proud of this team.
Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for every pitcher now, and I can't wait for tonight. I can't wait for the next few weeks, and I can't wait till October.
That's awesome. Do you think Cal has a shot at being the MVP?
I really do, Amanda. I mean, Aaron Judge, unfortunately, is hurt right now. But in the counting stats, and those are, home runs and RBIs and things like that, Cal is number one. In the other numbers, he and Judge are 1, 2, Judge being 1, Cal 2. But he's in the top 5 in 9 of 10 offensive categories in the American League. And he's doing it as a catcher. He set a major league record last night for the most home runs by a switch hitting catcher with 42. He's on the verge of breaking the major league record for most home runs in a season by a catcher, which is 48. Salvador Perez of the Royals did it 4 years ago in 2021. So it's just amazing what he's doing. He's throwing runners out, trying to steal. He's handling the pitching staff. He does all the homework before at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, going over the game plan with the pitchers, working that night. So to me, he is the most valuable player in the American League, what he's doing on the field and off the field. And besides that, he's one of the nicest kids you'll ever want to meet in the game of baseball. He lifts everybody up.
I love it. Thank you very much, Rick. Enjoy the excitement over the weekend. Rick Riz with us every Friday. Game 2 with Texas tonight, 7:10. You can hear it on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. All right, 7:23. Time to check the drive on this Friday. And Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And I'm going to say something that's been kind of rare over the last 10 mornings, which is don't go to 405. This early. There's really no reason to bail from I-5 today. Even with the slowing that we have, it's not as bad. It's manageable because we now have 45 to 48 minute drives from both Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. 405 is really bogging down through Canyon Park. Now, it's not perfect on I-5 by any stretch of the imagination, but the backup doesn't really begin until 145th and really disappears after the merge there at Northgate down around 85th. So it's really manageable today. So you can pick either one, but if you normally stay with I-5, 405 is actually getting worse now. So kind of pick your poison, but it's manageable. Rest of the map, we're seeing a few more brake lights on northbound I-5 as you get past the West Seattle Bridge, but 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, really good number. 28 minutes, Renton to Bellevue. The S-curves are a little active, but by the time you're up at 30th, it's pretty good. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is quiet, and we are finally now starting to see a little bit of braking on northbound I-5 getting towards the north end of JBLM. We've been working with this conked-out semi in the right lane at Gravelly Drive all morning, and now there's enough volume past it to kind of cause a little bit of slowing. Give yourself 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
At our forecast, we'll see some sunshine by afternoon if you're not seeing it already. Headed for a high of 80. For the weekend, not bad for seafair. We'll be cloudy in the morning tomorrow, but partly cloudy by afternoon and 77. Staying mostly cloudy Sunday and 72, but no rain in the forecast. Right now, scattered clouds, some sunshine and 59 in Seattle. Coming up, we hear about the drastic drop in violent shootings this year in Kent. King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion takes us through some of the data coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at taxliencode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Seattle. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Seattle. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text LEARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's LEARN to 26022. But hurry, seats are limited. Text LEARN to 26022.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO News Radio or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Tune in each Tuesday morning for KIRO's Financial Update, sponsored by Madrona Financial. Each Tuesday at 6:45, Charlie Harger talks with CPA Brian Evans about what's going on in the financial world and how that affects you. Get the latest information and updates that impact your ability to navigate these financial times. Charlie and Brian discuss the stock market, retirement planning, interest rates, and anything else that will help you understand what's going on in your financial life. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 6:45.
KIRO News Radio has your chance to win a pregame sideline experience with G. Scott, plus 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks take on the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Head to the KIRO News Radio app, click the Win tab in the bottom of the right corner, and enter for your chance to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter on the KIRO News Radio app, the better your odds. Do it every day, July 30th through August 4th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win.
Hey, it's Brock Heward. My family did it, and it saved us thousands. You got to do it. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's free. See how much First Mark can save you and how much better coverage you can get. They work for you. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
It's now 7:31. Today is the deadline to get a new trade deal done between the U.S. and Canada before new heavy tariffs kick in. President Trump's tariffs will also impact dozens of other countries and a lot of things you buy every day. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following the tariff deadline and joins us live.
Yeah, you know, the seaports, Manda, are a big indicator, usually a really good gauge in our area, in our region, of how tariffs could impact all of us if these trade deals don't get done. So, in other words, if you see a lot of shipping containers like things are right now, well, things are pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of imports and exports going on, but fewer containers mean less goods. Prices of food and clothing and cars and everything else will then start going up. Could be an indicator of inflation coming right around the corner. Sam Cho with the Port of Seattle says right now companies are in a kind of limbo. They don't know what to expect with these tariffs.
You know, a lot of these shippers and importers who need to put in orders or manufacture goods and import them are kind of frozen because they're not exactly sure what tariff rate they're going to be hit with.
And John McCarthy with the Port of Tacoma says he is now worried about jobs at the port.
If a ship has 2,000 fewer containers, that means 2,000 less truck trips, truck drivers, those that put the container on and off the truck.
But also, tariffs could impact thousands of jobs across our state, across other industries, because, you know, we are the most trade-dependent state in our country. And a lot of that trade is with Canada. U.S. tariffs are going to rise 35 to 50% on some Canadian goods like steel and aluminum, auto parts, and copper. Then Canada will retaliate if there's no trade deal with their own tariffs on our goods. Canadian business analysts, I wanted to see engage what they're talking about. They're talking about the same thing on Canadian TV.
Where will this tariff stuff go? What's it going to look like in a few months? What does this mean longer term?
So they're waiting. We're waiting. We're all waiting to see what's going to happen. So all we can really do right now is keep track of the scorecard. And here it is. Major trade countries up against today's deadline include Canada, South Korea, Thailand, Brazil, and India, but there's a lot more. Trade talks with Mexico were just extended for 90 days. Another worry, Sam Cho with the Port of Seattle says, you know, again, we could be looking at inflation if there are fewer and fewer goods. But look, another just keep watching the ports. I'm telling you, it'll tell you everything you need to know. Since April, though, it's been a roller coaster. They've had more imports with companies rushing goods to the U.S. before tariffs hit in April. So volume was up. But then at the end of April, volume dropped 30% and then dropped another 20% in May. Then it went up again in June, but it was still lower than last year's volumes at the same time. And now, again, we're waiting to see.
Keep us up to date. Thanks, Luke. Another big story we're following. Seattle police investigating a deadly shooting in the U District last night. It was about 7:30. Gunfire erupted along UW's Greek Row near 17th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 47th. It was at the Pursuit Seattle Church. Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes spoke with KIRO 7 TV.
I think sometimes people who are bent on doing bad things don't care about their environment. And for that, we should all be aware.
A pastor at the church says the man shot and killed was a parishioner. The university says the suspect was wearing a black hoodie. Police are looking for a white Hyundai Elantra with black wheels and a damaged passenger window. 7:34. We need to get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Center.
And we're starting to definitely see some more building volumes coming down out of the Snohomish County area. But 50-minute drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue is not terrible. Definitely not Friday light, but about 15 minutes slower than a typical Friday. The brake lights in 405 begin right at Linwood. For I-5, it's right around 145th. Pretty heavy past 85th. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, getting closer to a half an hour now as the S-curves are a little more active. But coming up from the valley, it's going to be pretty good. 35 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. About 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Most of them, not all the brake lights are at the West Seattle Bridge getting into downtown. And we do have a backup on northbound I-5 getting through the north end of JBLM. Right at Gravelly Lake Drive, we continue to work with this semi that's been there all morning. Right lane is blocked, but now there are enough people out there driving by it that we actually have a little bit of a backup to deal with. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
I think not terrible has become the new good.
Yeah, I think so. I'm shocked that it's a good drive, and I'm happy for our drivers.
We'll take it as we head into Seafair weekend. Sunshine, 80 for today. Tomorrow will cool off to about 77. Some thick clouds in the morning hours, becoming partly cloudy by afternoon. And then staying mostly cloudy on Sunday. No rain in the forecast. We'll see some sun breaks and 72. Right now in Seattle, we have sunshine, some clouds, and 59.
Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
We have told you there is some encouraging news on gun violence. The data for the second quarter of this year shows the number of fatal shootings, the number of non-fatal shootings, and the number of shots fired reported continue to go down. And we want to talk more about this. Let's dive a little deeper now. King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion is with us, as well as Katya Wojcik. She's co-founder and executive director of Project Be Free. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning.
Lisa Mannion, let's start with you. What is behind the reduction in gun violence, do you think? And just talk more about the trend.
Well, we are seeing a continued multi-quarter downward trend in gun violence in terms of reduced number of homicide victims, reduced number of non-fatal shootings, and reduced number of shots fired overall. I really think that a lot of the success and downward trend is because of a two-prong approach to tackling gun violence. One, we are working closely with police to identify the individuals causing harm in our community and bringing necessary and appropriate accountability. But also, we are working with nonprofits and police using data to identify the individuals who are close to gun violence, but who have not yet committed harm or become victims of harm. And the work that we are doing in Kent with Project Be Free and Latino Civic Alliance and the Kent Police Department is having some results.
I think it's difficult for you, I'm sure, because people say, well, wait a minute, I'm hearing about shootings all the time. In fact, we just had one this morning up at Northgate. What are the true numbers?
Well, we know at looking at quarter two of this year compared to quarter two of last year, overall shots fired are down 25%. In South County, that number is down by 27%. And this is the second quarter that we've sustained a decrease in gun violence. When you look at first quarter of 2025 compared to first quarter of 2024, we saw a 32% reduction in shots fired in King County, but South County saw a 50% reduction in shots fired.
So let's talk about what's being done in Kent. Katya Wojcik, again, co-founder and executive director of Project Be Free. What is the project, first of all?
Well, Project Be Free holds a couple of different programs that we are known for. I will say our mission for our organization is to support individuals and families that are experiencing domestic violence. And as we're growing in the community and getting more and more trust, it's really also about finding where there are intersections. Oftentimes we look at family structures and the lifespan of an individual, and we're finding that there is a lot of crossover when it comes to unhealthy family systems or cycles of abuse that then trickle into other instances such as substance abuse, mental health, gang violence, etc.
And what specifically does your program do?
So we're most known for our co-responder program, in which our licensed mental health counselors go in alongside law enforcement to DV 911 calls. And the program is really built on transparency and trust, because it's not that we're dispatched by 911. It's really that we are invited, and I say that very firmly. We're invited by officers that trust us to support them and the community that they are supporting in that time of crisis.
Lisa, tell me more about how police and the prosecutor's office and these groups work together.
Well, the thing I appreciate about this partnership with Kent PD and our community-based nonprofits is that there's a high level of trust. We work together, we share information when appropriate, and we also know that there is a place for each of us. We can't do our work in the prosecuting attorney's office without law enforcement, and we also have better outcomes when we invite community to the table and they work alongside of us. So that three-part partnership has been extremely powerful.
Thank you both very much. I appreciate your time this morning. King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion and Katya Wojcik, the co-founder and executive director of Project Be Free. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chris Sullivan, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're starting to see things really bog down now out of the north end, especially on 405, so we'll break it down for you next.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for
for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me, they calm me down, they make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness, what a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks the tackle. Touchdown, Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's 7:43 and time to get back to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've settled into about a 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, and this is all because of the loss of the express lanes in the southbound direction. In fact, I-5 is not as bad as you might have expected. The brake lights begin right around 145th, so a little bit further south than we've been seeing most of the week. So that's not too bad. It's about 50 minutes there, 35 of the minutes out of Linwood. 405, though, it is filled in and is now actually worse than I-5. We've got about a 40-minute trip out of Linwood and 55 minutes out of the Everett area.
It's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in the express toll lane coming down out of the Linwood area. We are 545 in the morning commute this week, hitting the $15 mark. And in fact, I believe we are 10 for 10 during the issues we've been dealing with.
I thought it was free yesterday.
Well, you're right. Good call. But at 9 o'clock, it turned to $15 right after they fixed that glitch that they had in the computer software. Looking at the rest of the map, we've got a Renton to Bellevue Drive approaching 30 minutes. Not too bad. The brake lights really don't begin until you get to the middle of the S-curves, and then they peter out by 44th, that is. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is quiet. Northbound I-5 is still pretty decent. Only a few brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge with a 40-minute trip to get you from Federal Way to Seattle. Olympia to Tacoma still dealing with the right lane blocked at Gravelly Lake, but it's really not all that bad. And it looks like we might have a crash now on westbound 18 just across the Green River for those of you trying to get into the Auburn area. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We're seeing sunshine in Seattle, warming up to 84 today. A little bit cooler for the weekend. Tomorrow, look for clouds in the morning hours, partly sunny by afternoon and 77. And then we're going to stay mostly cloudy on Sunday and cooler, still a high of 72, but not bad for Seafair weekend. Right now, it is cloudy and 59 in Seattle. A few sun breaks here and there. It's now 7:45. And time once again to check in with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard. Imagine planning your proposal for months, but a couple blocks the shot in the video. It happened, Katrina.
It did. So Kevin, Aria, and Natalie Milani were vacationing in Greece. Kevin set up the camera to capture his epic proposal to Natalie, but then a couple of tourists unknowingly had walked into the frame, and they stay there. Even funnier, the man was eating a candy bar. Luckily, Kevin and Natalie are good sports and told CBS Mornings,
We are not upset with them. We think they're going to make us laugh forever. We'd love to know who they are so we can invite them to the wedding.
I know I'm hoping personally that the internet does its magic and helps find the tourists.
May as well make friends. Thank you. It's 7:45. Hey, the Seattle Seahawks are closing in on the preseason, and we want to send you and 3 of your friends to watch the Seahawks game Friday, August 15th. This is not your typical ticket giveaway. We're giving you and your buddies an exclusive pregame experience hosted by G. Scott for an up-close view of warm-ups and game day experience 1 hour before kickoff. All you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, all you have to do is text app to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your odds. The contest runs through Monday, August 4th. Good luck to you. Speaking of G. Scott, he's going to stop by next. He hosted Seahawks training camp yesterday. We're going to ask him about it coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates mean seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on 2024 ACs and heat pumps during the final days of the warehouse clearance sale. Plus, PSC customers get AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Joining us from the G and Ursula show, which you hear 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio, is the host of the Reset podcast, G. Scott.
Hey,
good morning. Happy Friday. Happy August.
Good morning. Happy August 1st. No doubt about it. Training camp yesterday was a blast over there, right there on the shores of Lake Washington. And I have 3 takeaways for you all.
Okay.
Takeaway number 1, watching the rookies see Blue Angels practice above them was funny.
I bet.
Right? Here they are. I mean, you're trying to be serious. I mean, you're practice, but this is something that they've probably never seen before. And you can kind of see them in between plays, kind of looking up a little bit, but, trying to still focus. So watching that was pretty cool. Takeaway number 2, K9, Kenneth Walker III. Oh, my goodness.
Awesome.
That dude is good. Now, I'm not asleep. I've been around. I know that he's coming into this year, and he's been here for a while. But the gears that he's able to put it in out there, oh my goodness, explosive, shiftiness, all that stuff. It was a beauty to watch. Takeaway number 3, DeMarcus Lawrence. Let's just say he was kind of dominating.
Okay.
Really dominating
we'll take
yesterday.
That.
There was like back-to-back plays to where, and I'm not saying who he did it against, but oh my goodness. And I'm like, if we could get that DeMarcus Lawrence, it's going to be great.
Doesn't he wear number 0, I want to say, or number 1 or something like that? I saw him in a different number.
I think it was 0. Yeah, I think
that looks good on him.
I think
I like
it was
that.
0.
I like 0. That's cool.
More importantly, it was just good. It was exciting to be out there, watching this team, knowing that everything is getting ready to start. The Hall of Fame game was yesterday, so preseason is here. So we're 6 days away from Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, and Jamal Adams coming back from the Raiders. That's going to be happening at Lumen Field. Tomorrow is Fan Fest at Lumen Field. So if you really like, hey, I want to watch some football, man, go ahead, pull up to Lumen Field, go to Fan Fest to watch football.
Speaking of fan stuff, I was watching on, you can follow KIRO News Radio on Instagram. I was seeing all the Instagram reels popping up of you there at training camp. It looked like a party, dude. I saw you doing the game where you have to catch those things. You did great, man.
Hey, when y'all get a chance, go to the KIRO Instagram and see the reels of me catching. You seeing my reflexes in real time. I got 6 of them things,
good
man.
Job.
It was pretty good.
It looked really fun.
It was. They were handing out free Aloha shirts.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, nah, Aloha shirt ain't looking good on me.
Did you have enough fun for 2 people? Because I was watching from the other side of the fence because I missed the dang shuttle and they wouldn't let me in.
They wouldn't let you in?
No. I was late.
Wow. But it looks like you're going to the Mariners.
Yeah, and they did bring out the Aloha shirts for my daughter.
All right, make sure you stay the whole game. All right, see you guys.
Goodbye. G and Ursula coming up at 9. 7:54. Let's get back to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've settled into 45 to 50-minute trips on I-5 or 405 away from the Everett area down into Seattle or Bellevue, and all of the brake lights are a little bit further south than you might have expected, considering what we've had the last 9 mornings. What we're looking at on I-5 is brake lights right around 145th, which isn't terrible. They do kind of extend down towards the U District now. For I-405, it's right there at Canyon Park and really heavy through Bothell, a little bit in Totem Lake as well. The Lake bridges, though, are in good shape. Renton to Bellevue's running only 30 minutes at this point. And behind that, the Valley Freeway is only about 35 from Puyallup. So that's really good. Northbound I-5 still struggling a little bit at the north end of JBLM coming up from the Olympia DuPont area. We've got this conked out semi in the right-hand lane that's been there all morning long. Give yourself 40 minutes to Tacoma. Federal Way to Seattle's running 40. So all in all, we're not doing too badly. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Nice day. We're going to warm up to about 84 today. Tomorrow, more in the way of cloudsy in the morning. They'll be thicker and take longer to burn off, so 77. And then Sunday, mostly cloudy with a high of 72. It's 59 in Seattle right now. And coming up, consumer man Herb Weisbaum breaks down the blocking of click-to-cancel rules, why it's benefiting companies at the consumer's expense. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait, whatever age you are. And that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
At Carter Subaru, your drive begins with savings. With over 300 new vehicles in stock, shop your way, in-store or from home. Plus, when you buy from Carter, you support our community. Visit Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard today.
My name is Carlos, and I'm a Cub Scout. I'm here to talk to you today about becoming a scout like me. Cub Scouts get badges for doing fun activities, and we make friends. Scouts go camping, climbing, and fishing, and swimming together. We play sports and go to parades. Scouts also help people and become the best versions of themselves. Visit bascout.org to find a pack near you, get any questions answered, and sign up for Cub Scouts online.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News. This is CBS. CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A much weaker than expected jobs report came out this morning. CBS's Kelly O'Grady on what it means.
This gives us a sense that the labor market is slowing down significantly. When you look at it all together, it showed that the private sector, right, so not government, everything else, added only 3,000 jobs.
Analyst Gus Fauché.
We saw job losses in a lot of industries. So we saw job losses in manufacturing and professional and business services. We did see strong job growth in healthcare, and obviously that's good news, but healthcare can't carry the entire load.
The news comes ahead of President Trump's new tariffs kicking in for 66 countries. CBS's Jill Schlesinger says we may not feel the impact right away, but it's coming.
The tariff rate in the U.S. has gone from around 2% prior to President Trump's arrival to an effective rate of almost 17 or 18%. That would be the highest effective tariff rate since the 1930s.
President Trump's Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff visited Gaza today to look at the operations of a U.S.-backed aid group. Courtney Keeley reports.
He was escorted by IDF forces along with the U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee. Now, Mike Huckabee did speak about the trip, and he praised the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation for their work there. But that's not what we're hearing from other aid groups, other people on the ground, or obviously anyone inside Gaza.
Witkoff later said the purpose of his visit was to help craft a plan to deliver food and medicine. In Ukraine, 31 people were killed in the deadliest Russian attack in a year. 5 children were among the dead. The Ukrainian capital is observing an official day of mourning today. Parts of the Northeast are still waterlogged after severe storms yesterday. This man in Queens, New York.
Water was out of control. The tractor trailer was all the way up to the wheels. You couldn't see the wheels. The water was just all over the place.
Some top AI researchers are landing 9-figure salaries in the industry's latest free agent frenzy. More from CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
Tech giants like Google, Meta, OpenAI, and Microsoft have been poaching employees from one another and from successful AI startups, with contract offers as big as the ones pro sports teams dole out. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg recently hired a 24-year-old AI researcher for $250 million over 4 years, after that candidate had rejected a $125 million offer.
Stocks tumbled today after the release of the jobs report. The Dow Jones Industrial is currently off 603 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Coming up, a deadly shooting in Seattle's University District outside a church. We'll get more on that from Luke Ducey. But first, let's check the drive at 8:03. Back to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are enjoying a Friday light for most of you. And for those of you that are stuck in the backups coming down through Shoreline and through Canyon Park on 405, it's not as bad as I anticipated it to be. This is probably one of our lighter days through the last 10 mornings trying to get through all the construction closures of the southbound express lanes. I mean, you're backed up from 145th, but a travel time of 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle is manageable. It's not terrible. It's not up over an hour. It hasn't been all morning, so let's try to keep that going. 405 is actually a little worse, about 50 minutes. The brake lights there are really heavy from Canyon Park down through 522, a little bit in Totem Lake. So manageable. Not great, but better than the last couple of mornings. Federal Way to Seattle's only 40 minutes. The Valley Freeway's 35 from end to end. The S-curves are not even that active today, which is great. So we're back down to 25 minutes there. Olympia to Tacoma looks good. 18 and 16 are actually pretty decent as well. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Good morning. It is Seattle's Morning News for your Friday. It's the first day of August. Glad to have you with us. Charlie Harger will be back on Monday. I'm Manda Factor. Seattle police are searching for a suspect wanted for a deadly shooting in the U District. This happened right next to a church along UW's Greek Row. We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Surveillance video of the shooting last night right outside Pursuit Seattle Church shows a suspect wearing a black hoodie get out of a car and open fire. Church pastor Russell Johnson talked about the shooting on social media and said the victim was a parishioner.
A young man who has a wife and a child was tragically killed. We're doing our best to try to minister to the family and to the other young adults who were gathered, who obviously are dealing with the shock.
Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes went to that scene last night. He told KIRO 7 TV it was a targeted attack.
I think sometimes people who are bent on doing bad things don't care about their environment. And for that, we should all be aware.
On that surveillance video, it also shows two people seen running away as soon as those shots were fired. The church pastor says those two people were the victim's wife and son. They are okay. Police say the suspect then took off in a white Hyundai Elantra. We have photos of that car, that suspect's car, on mynorthwest.com. The car's right front passenger window was shattered during that incident. Car should be easy to spot. If you have any information, you're being urged to call police. Amanda?
Thank you, Luke. The man suspected of shooting another man in the back of the head at the Northgate Transit Center this week made his first court appearance yesterday. We get more on this from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
The 26-year-old suspect's bail is set at $5 million. Casey McNerthney in the King County Prosecutor's Office says both he and the victim, a 48-year-old man, appear to have known each other. Both of them attended Pima Medical Institute, which is not far from the scene of the shooting.
On the day of the murder, the suspect did not attend school.
The victim died the next day. Surveillance footage helped police identify the suspect. They tracked him down at his home in West Seattle on Wednesday. The motive for the shooting is still not clear. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle police are searching for a serial arsonist connected to at least 4 fires since Saturday we've been telling you about. Fire Chief Harold Scoggins says they're looking into a 5th one that destroyed a detached garage in the Beacon Hill neighborhood just yesterday morning.
Undetermined right now. Our fire investigators are still working through the information and the detail there, but it does identify a concern for us.
So far, no injuries in any of the fires, including one that damaged a funeral home in the Columbia City neighborhood on Wednesday. Police say they have surveillance footage and believe they know who they're looking for.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It is 8:07, Seattle's morning news on August 1st. You made it to Friday. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie Harger will be back on Monday. Sully's here checking the roads every 10 minutes on the 3s. Not as bad as it could be.
No, we're managing today. Not too bad.
Big plans for the weekend?
Just catch some Mariners tonight. I haven't been in a while, since earlier in the spring, so I'm excited.
David Burbank is pretty jacked about this lineup.
Me too.
I am. I've been meaning to see, I've only seen a few games this season, and I'm realizing there's, I think, 2 afternoon games this weekend. So I should probably make it out to the park as well.
It's going to be beautiful for it. Nick Kreisha is at the control room board running all the equipment this morning. Katrina Gishard is checking on the big stories of the morning. And coming up, consumer man Herb Weisbaum breaks down the latest blocking of click to cancel, why it's bad for consumers. Also, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden will drop by with your weekend planner. Lots going on this weekend. It's 8:08. Kirkland police have arrested a 40-year-old Everett man they believe broke into nearly 24 businesses across 4 counties in the last 4 months. They say the man smashed windows to get into buildings and then used power tools to open safes and tills. Detectives identified a vehicle they believe was tied to the crimes and from there tracked down the suspect. A Tacoma suspect quickly learned he cannot outrun police. Here's KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
It's an honest question.
What are you up to?
With an obvious answer.
Besides doing what appears to be drugs.
Tacoma police had been called to check out a suspicious car.
Man, you just parked on the side of the road with foil just sitting on your lap? Yeah.
The officer warning the 2 people inside.
I'm going to walk back to my car for a second just so you both know at this time you're not free to go, okay?
They didn't listen.
Hey!
Body cam video shows the guy spotted doing drugs running off. The officer in hot pursuit. The second person takes off in the other direction.
I'm going to get you, man. Just stop.
The cop made good on that threat, and the honest talk continued.
Hey, my job wouldn't be fun if you didn't occasionally do that, but I really wish you'd comply with the law.
Police say he went to jail tired.
A dramatic rescue off the Washington coast. The Coast Guard says a 71-year-old woman had a heart emergency on a cruise ship. She was on the Carnival Legend headed from B.C. to San Francisco. Crews got the call about 6 o'clock Tuesday evening, about 120 miles west of Grays Harbor. They flew out, lowered a stretcher to the ship, and lifted her up just before 9. The Coast Guard says she was flown to the Coast Guard base in Astoria. Seattle city leaders have announced a new lawsuit against the Trump administration, his executive orders, and threats to hold federal funding. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch has more.
The new lawsuit focuses on the Trump administration's threats to withhold $370 million federal dollars already approved by Congress. Seattle City Attorney Ann Davison filed the suit and says the Trump administration is targeting Seattle for its stance supporting the LGBTQ community.
The executive orders focusing on diversity and gender ideology are unconstitutional and unlawful.
The federal cuts would affect transportation, health care, housing, and other programs. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
4 Alaska Airlines flight attendants are suing Boeing over the door plug blowout on a 737 MAX 9 in January of last year. Their lawsuit, obtained by the Seattle Times, doesn't go into details, but says they suffered physical and psychological injuries. They say they're suing for financial compensation and to make air travel safer. The National Transportation Safety Board determined the 4 bolts which hold the door panel in place were missing because Boeing didn't properly train its employees or have a system to catch errors, and that the FAA failed to properly oversee the process. Boeing declined to comment. Alaska Airlines customers are sounding the alarm after account breaches left their mileage balances wiped out. Matt Cottingham tells KIRO 7 TV he found out months after his account had been hacked.
It wasn't until that initial 2-hour and 14-minute hold call where they informed me, yeah, you had miles stolen.
Cybersecurity experts point to weak protections, including the lack of two-factor authentication as a possible cause. Alaska Airlines has yet to respond publicly, leaving many frustrated and scrambling to secure their accounts. Drivers in Bellevue could soon have a big brother watching their speed. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors explains potential changes on some roads.
The city of Bellevue is considering adding speed safety cameras in some of their high-risk areas. It's part of their Vision Zero goal of eliminating severe crashes by 2030. A big part of this goal is reducing speed limits, which Bellevue did in some areas in early July. If approved, cameras will begin popping up in 2026. The city already has safety cameras operating in 3 school zones and 4 major intersections. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Well, the Mariners bats were alive last night in their victory against the Rangers. M's rookie Cole Young had his best career day so far. He went 2 for 4 with a triple and this monstrous home run.
Here's the windup and the 1-1 on the way to Young. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to right field. And there is number 3 for Cole. Oh, my goodness, into the patio of the Hit It Here Cafe. Cole Young with a long home run to straightaway right.
In case you're wondering, that is 470 feet. Tied with Mike Zunino.
Smash.
Yeah, tied with Mike Zunino for the longest home run ever at T-Mobile Park. Mariners blanked the Rangers 6-0. Game 2 tonight. 7:10 first pitch. You can listen to every game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. It's 8:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Some areas of low clouds this morning, and that marine cloud cover will shift out of here, and we'll see at least partly to mostly sunny conditions this afternoon with seasonal temperatures at about 77, 78 to about 80 to 82. Looks really nice in Seattle at about 80. I do think, though, the low clouds are more widespread tomorrow, and eventually turning partly cloudy in the afternoon and getting into the upper 70s, but cloudy for the first part of the day. And then Sunday's tricky. Low clouds, maybe a little drizzle, late day sun breaks, but still only cloudy to mostly cloudy at best, and cooler highs in the low 70s. And we start that way next week and hold it for a couple of days before we might even see some showers developing later Wednesday into Thursday.
Right now we have sunshine in Seattle. It's warmed up to 60. And at 8:13, we get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We do this every 10 minutes on the 3s, and Chris Sullivan is watching things.
And it is really Friday light out there, with the exceptions of I-5 and 405 southbound out of the Linwood area because of the loss of the express lanes there in Northgate. But the travel times are more than manageable. We're not up to an hour yet, but we're getting closer on 405 with the brake lights southbound from about from about Canyon Park down through Bothell. A little bit of a break, and then you hit it again in Totem Lake. So give yourself about 55 minutes on the Everett to Seattle drive. I-5 is not as bad. The brake lights begin just after 145th, so really right there at the Jackson Golf Course. So really not too bad, and it extends down to the U District, but it's running 50 minutes Everett to Seattle, which is pretty good. Rented to Bellevue, actually back under 30 minutes, closer to 25, which is great. And the Puyallup to Renton drive, 35 minutes, so that's really good. Federal Way to Seattle's back under 40, if you can believe it. But it wouldn't be a summer Friday if we didn't have a problem on the ferry services. And so this just in, down to a one-boat service on the Mukilteo Clinton run. The Kitsap got a little maintenance issue. They're not sure what they're dealing with. Engineers are working on it right now, so it's been taken out of service. So we'll be watching that closely. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's just about 8:15, and tennis singles are looking to mingle in an all-new dating show. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us about it.
Alrighty, the U.S. Open announced a YouTube series. It's called Game Set Matchmaker. The series is set entirely on site at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in Queens, New York. It will follow a tennis-savvy bachelorette and a team of suitors, including influencers and tennis superfans. The bachelorette is 24-year-old Ilana Sadaka, who is a Long Island native who currently lives in Miami, so she's going to move back to New York for the show. And she's a former figure skater champion.
Well, okay. Creative, I guess, but do we really need another dating show?
There's always another one.
I would have said, hey, what's your racket? Instead of Game Set and Matchmaker. But
I get it.
Probably not as good.
Oh, well. All right. Thanks, Katrina. It's 8:16.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
A federal appeals court has stopped the Federal Trade Commission from enforcing its new click-to-cancel rule. The consumer-friendly rule prohibits companies from making it more difficult to cancel a subscription than it was to sign up, a common consumer complaint. The U.S. Court of Appeals in St. Louis ruled earlier this month that the FTC had not followed proper procedure when enacting the rule, an assertion the FTC rejected. So what does it mean for you when you want to cancel an unwanted streaming service or gym membership? Well, let's ask consumer man Herb Weisbaum. He's a contributing editor at checkbook.org. Herb, what does the click-to-cancel rule do?
Good morning, Manda. Well, as you know, subscriptions are very popular these days. That's how we do everything from stream video and music to get automatic shipments of clothing or supplements or cosmetics, that sort of thing. And they can provide substantial consumer benefits. There can be free shipping, discounted prices, special offers. But thousands of people every year complain that it's easy to sign up for these subscriptions and difficult and in some cases impossible to cancel them if you no longer want the subscription. The Federal Trade Commission heard from thousands of people a year who are complaining about this thing. So they created this rule. It would require companies to make it as easy to cancel as it was to sign up, and the same amount of steps and in the same way. So if it was one click to sign up, it's one click to cancel. If you could sign up on the online, you could cancel online. If you could sign up on the phone, you could cancel on the phone. None of this. Gyms in the past, we've had some reporter stories. Well, you signed up online, but you got to come down in person to cancel, or you got to send us a letter in order to cancel. No, it would have made it as easy to sign up as it was to cancel, or as easy to cancel as it was to sign up.
You know, when you try to cancel, some companies will offer incentives or some sort of limited time promotional price to get you to stay. What's your advice when they do that?
Well, if it's something that you're interested in, that can be a great way to get a deal. I know a lot of people play the game where they don't renew a subscription, whether it's a streaming service or a music streaming service or something like that, and the company offers them a better price. So if you're clearly interested in it, go for it. But if it's something that you wanted to cancel because it wasn't something you were using or wanting or something like that, then stick to your guns and just say, sorry, I'm not interested. I just want to cancel.
In your checkbook story, Herb, you warn about free trial offers and all the problems that can be associated with them. Do tell.
Yeah, we've done a lot of reporting over the years on free trial offers. You know, get this cosmetic, it's free, But then when you go to sign up for it, what you're really doing, because a box is checked that you can't uncheck, or it says in the fine print that you're signing up for an ongoing subscription. And basically, it's either impossible or really difficult to cancel once you sign up for this thing. Horrible situations because they have your information and they keep billing you even though you say you want to cancel, which is why our really big tip, takeaway here from this story is, if you're going to sign up for a subscription service, always use a credit card. Never use a debit card. Debit card gives them the keys to your bank account, your checking account. Credit card is much easier to cancel. If you say, I cancel the subscription, credit card company, and they're still billing me, the credit card company pulls that charge aside You're not paying it. They work with it and get it taken care of. But that's the problem a lot of people have. Some of these, free trials are set up so that the time to cancel is less than what it takes to get the product to arrive. So it's like 2 weeks to cancel. You get the product in 3 weeks. You get it. You hate it. You can't even cancel. You're signed up for a 1-year subscription. Free's great, but be careful who you're dealing with. If it's a reputable company and you check the fine print, but if not, just steer clear of those. They really are a pain.
So in 2023, Herb, the FTC sued Amazon, accusing the company of enrolling customers in its Prime program without their consent and making it very difficult to cancel. Tell me more about the deal with Amazon.
Well, that case is still moving forward. It has not been blocked by this lawsuit you were just talking about, the court ruling you were just talking about. The FTC accused Amazon of enrolling people in its Prime program without their consent and then making it very difficult for them to cancel. Amazon denies the charges. But earlier this month, there was a court ruling from the Judge John Chun. He admonished Amazon, telling their counsel that they conducted discovery with tantamount to bad faith. You don't want to hear a judge saying that. And they found that the judge that Amazon withheld almost 70,000 documents from the Federal Trade Commission right before discovery ended or even after the discovery period ended. And the judge has any similar conduct, and it may lead to serious sanctions. According to Courthouse News Service, the trial is scheduled to start in the end of September.
All right, Herb, where can we read more about all this?
You can read more at checkbook.org. We have a lot of tips on there for anyone who wants to sign up for a subscription, how to make sure you don't get burned.
It's nice to see you on the YouTube channel, Herb.
Thank you. I don't see you today, but we're going to fix it out with Mr. Burbank, so I have no idea what you're wearing.
A Mariners jersey. Go Mariners.
Oh, and my first 2 TV experiences with you, and Charlie's off coming back from Cooperstown.
He'll be back on Monday. Have a great weekend, Herb. Appreciate your time this morning. It's 8:21. About 192,000 KidCraft farm-to-table play kitchens are being recalled because of a strangulation hazard. We learn more from CBS News reporter Christopher Cruz.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission says Backyard Kids has recalled the play kitchens after learning that if young children are climbing on the counter or crawling through the opening at the back of the play kitchen, their clothing can get caught on the plastic or metal hooks meant to hold toy kitchen accessories such as play pots and pans, posing a strangulation hazard. You should immediately stop letting children use the play kitchens, remove the original hooks, and contact Backyard Kids for free replacement hooks. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
Washington's construction industry is hitting the brakes. The state lost more than 11,000 jobs in the last year. That's the biggest drop in the country, according to the Associated General Contractors of America. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, 1/3 of those losses came from the Seattle-Tacoma-Bellevue area. Experts say developers are pulling back and banks are tightening up lending. That means fewer high-rise buildings going up. If you signed up for a Biden-era repayment plan on that school loan, get ready to pay up. CBS News correspondent Jennifer Kuiper reports the average monthly payment could rise $300 a month.
The Saving on a Valuable Education, or SAVE plan, was created by the Biden administration in 2023 to help student loan borrowers. When it got tied up in the courts and put on hold, the Biden administration moved all of the enrollees into zero-interest forbearance, meaning that their loans were temporarily placed on hold and interest stopped accruing. The Education Department under the Trump administration says resuming interest on the loans represents a measure of fiscal responsibility. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
We're coming up on 8:23, and that's time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And it's not too bad for those of you coming down from Linwood on I-5 or 405 compared to what we've seen the last 9 mornings. But, you're still going to be stuck in traffic. You've got about a 15-minute delay on southbound 5. The brake lights begin right there at 145th and Shoreline and go all the way down to the U District. But for 405, a little heavier. It's about a 20-minute delay from Linwood down into the Bellevue area. So total travel time from Linwood Linwood to Seattle's 40 minutes. Linwood to Bellevue's about 45. I put that in the manageable category and almost a win compared to what we've been getting on that corridor, those corridors through this whole construction stuff. Looking at northbound 405 through the Renton area, not too bad. 25 minutes to make it up to Bellevue, even though there are a few brake lights as you work your way into South Bellevue. Lake bridges are still in very good shape. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. 35 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle is under 40. which is great. The express lanes are open in the northbound direction, so that's taking pretty much all of the volume that doesn't need to get off in downtown. Just a little bit of braking by the West Seattle Bridge. 18 doesn't look too bad, and 16 is looking pretty decent as well. So Friday light everywhere, but just down from Linwood. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
I like your term, construction stuff.
Yeah. I'm running out of ways to call it things.
That's the technical term from WASDOT, I think, right?
Well, and there's a technical term from our listeners that also starts with S.
Yes.
But it's not stuff.
No. We're going to move along and talk about the forecast. Sunshine, there's an S word for you. It's going to be nice today, 80, and then cooling off to about 77. Thicker clouds in the morning tomorrow, but partly sunny by afternoon. And then Sunday, 72. We're going to stay mostly cloudy on Sunday, but no rain in the forecast. It's cloudy and 60. Few sun breaks here in Seattle right now. And coming up, a new parenting style is making waves, not for the faint of heart. And KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard will have more coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving.
When your house is an oven.
dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
we're the place to be looking.
dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
dayandnight.net.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man.
Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
What does it take to get justice for a man paralyzed after a cycling accident? Thousands of documents reviewed, hundreds of thousands of dollars paid for experts and investigations, and over 6 years of hard-fought litigation fighting all the way to the Washington State Supreme Court. Because when King County said he deserved nothing, we proved he deserved better. $10 million better.
Everything that could be done was being done to help us.
Chris did a great job. Call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888.
The funk is back. Confunction hits Dimitro's Jazz Alley this week, July 31st to August 3rd, for 6 soul-shaking shows. Original members, timeless hits. This is R&B royalty live. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31 and it's official. President Trump has signed an executive order slapping new tariffs on dozens of countries. It'll go into effect 7 days from now. Canada is one of the hardest hit countries after trade negotiations stalled. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with what this could mean for all of us.
Amanda, it's just coming out now that the president signed that executive order yesterday, a day before his August 1st deadline. The administration says these tariffs are needed to level the trade playing field. The president's tariff rates are the highest since the early 1930s. Among the major U.S. trade countries hit, Switzerland faces 39% tariffs now, India 25%, 50% for Brazil, Taiwan 20%, and Canada 35% on most of their goods. Expect to see prices go up on everything now, from food and clothing to cars and anything imported. But what could that mean, and when could that actually happen? That's the big question, when. Here's John McCarthy with the Port of Tacoma.
Uncertain and unpredictable.
And here's Canadian business analyst Brian Borokowski on Canadian TV.
Where will this tariff stuff go? What's it going to look like in a few months? What does this mean longer term?
So, in other words, nobody really knows. And as stock markets are plummeting right now, I think the Dow is down some 520 points. Companies don't know what to do, really. The big problem for us here in Washington, as that translates, is we are the most dependent state in the country on trade. We talked with our seaport leaders yesterday about their fears and their worries about what could happen with these new tariffs, because the ports are always a great gauge on potential impacts. McCarthy says he's worried about jobs at the port, but also jobs across the state that are connected to trade.
If a ship has 2,000 fewer containers, that means 2,000 less truck trips, truck drivers, those that put the container on and off the truck.
And Sam Cho with the Port of Seattle is worried about inflation.
While inflation has been modest the last several months, once all of the supplies are depleted from the front loading, we're going to start seeing prices go up because there's no way to get around these tariffs.
So keep your eyes on the ports every morning when you drive to work. Since April, imports to our two ports here, Seattle and Tacoma, have been like a seesaw. In the beginning of April, volume was up. End of April, down 30%. May, down another 20%. In June, up again. if and when you start to see fewer containers, and we most likely will now with these new tariffs in place, and we will see retaliatory tariffs, of course, as well, you will know prices are about to go up or going up. Again, that includes food and clothing, just in time for back to school.
Just in the time you've been talking, the Dow has fallen even more, down about 614 right now at 43,517. S&P 500 is down 101, and the NASDAQ is down more than 2%, 445 points. It's 8:34. We need to check your Friday drive, and for that, Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
So you're saying there's a correlation with Luke talking and the Dow going down?
Yeah, it's all Luke's
Stop talking,
fault.
Luke!
It's Luke's fault that I'm not going to be able to retire.
I guess we're all going to be working together for a long time.
My shift's about over. So.
Good, yeah. The market doesn't close till 1 o'clock our time. Looking at the drive coming down from the north end, it's better than you might have expected. It's really not too bad. I mean, we're running under 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle. Brake lights are really heavy now from about 130th down to about 85th, so really a manageable backup there, even with those express lanes lost. 405, though, different story. It's a little heavier there. We continue to deal with about a 55-minute trip from Everett down into Bellevue. The rest of the map, definitely Friday light. I mean, Federal Way to Seattle's running 35 minutes. That's crazy, even on a Friday morning. Looking at the Valley Freeway, 35 minutes from end to end. Rented to Bellevue's only 25. The Lake Bridges are freeway speed, and Olympia to Tacoma is not bad at all. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, a very nice Friday as we head into the big Seafair weekend. Sunshine and 80 for today. Tomorrow will cool off just a little bit. Look for a more thick cloud cover in the morning, 77 with partly sunny skies eventually. And then on Sunday, we're going to stay mostly cloudy. No rain in the forecast, but that'll keep us cooler, 72 the high. Right now, partly sunny and 60 in Seattle.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Charlie will be back on Monday. It's 8:36. A new parenting style is causing a stir on social media and in the sandbox. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here to tell us about a new trend.
All right, this trend is called FAFO. It's short for an expletive, so let's just say mess around and find out. And it's gaining traction among parents who believe consequences speak louder than calm conversations. The Wall Street Journal reports that parents are ditching the soft touch approach known as gentle parenting, which defined Gen Z's upbringing, opting instead for a firmer style that lets kids learn the hard way. For example, your kid forgets their raincoat, well, they're going to walk home wet. Refuse dinner, well, wait until breakfast. One Virginia mom went viral for tossing her son into a pond with clothes on and all after he sprayed her with a water gun at a campground. Her message, life lessons aren't always gentle, and sometimes you've got to out-feral their feral. This parenting style is not new. It's also called authoritative parenting. Erica Suter, a parenting expert, broke it down further on ABC's Good Morning America.
There's a really simple way to implement it. You want to make sure that there are clear expectations about behavior. So we don't talk disrespectfully to grown-ups in this house. And if they do, there has to be a consequence. But don't say, I'm going to cancel your 8th birthday. No parent ever does that. Make the consequence something like no screen time or no play dates on the next 2 Saturdays, something like that. And then you want to make sure there are natural consequences. I have a teenager who refuses to wear his coat in the winter, and I'm like, okay, go out and be cold, and I'm not going to run your coat to school if you need it.
So critics say this tough love method could be a backlash to years of permissive parenting, while supporters argue it builds resilience and accountability.
And so you also want to be warm, but not wobbly. You don't want to give in when they're complaining about, this isn't fair, but you want to say, I understand how you feel. I know you don't want to leave the playground, but it's time to go.
I am trying to hold in my laughter as I watch Sully. But whether you're team gentle or team FAFO, Erica Suter makes one final point supporting this parenting style.
Here's the great thing about authoritative parenting. It makes great problem solvers, people who have more emotional regulation, people who can deal with conflict better, and they're more resilient. So there are a lot of great things that come from giving that kind of structure and having that kind of discipline.
So there are definitely different parenting structures across the board. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, why, Katrina? Well, you're laughing at Sully.
Because I had my head buried in my hands.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, you know that.
Well, because I think this is what you would call normal parenting. And it's not a new trend. This is the way things were done until about 1977.
Yep.
And then got even worse in the 90s and worse in the 2000s as people turned away from holding their kids accountable and treating them like glass. So,
David,
yeah.
do you have a young one?
Yeah. I think it's all about balance, right? It's like you take some from this camp, some from the other camp. You kind of mash them together. You have consequences. Sometimes if they've got to be harsh consequences, they've got to be. But you explain to the kid. You tell them, obviously, you still love them, yada, yada, yada. Chris. You're not a fan of talking to your children with compassion?
Oh, totally. Yeah. But if they are throwing a crazy running around the store tantrum, I'm giving you a little quick swat on the butt.
Yes. And my wife and I have talked very much about if we're in a public place and our kids are having a meltdown, immediately it's we're going home.
Yeah.
We're not doing whatever fun thing we're here to do. You ruined it. This was because of you, and we're going to learn from this.
I really dig out feral their feral.
Yeah. Me too.
All right, Katrina, thank you very much. It's 8:39. Maybe you want to be a pet parent. This weekend, you can adopt a pet for free. The Humane Society for Tacoma and Pierce County joining the national Clear the Shelters campaign today through Sunday. All adoption fees are waived. That includes dogs, cats, rabbits, more than 500 pets total. All right, Sully, what is coming up in your traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the worst drive right now, which is southbound 405, trying to get away from Linwood. We'll break it down next.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. The T-137 family of Biggs orcas has been hunting in South Puget Sound the past week, and according to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, they've been dispatching seals and porpoises in dramatic fashion. The T-137s are a very charismatic pod, with a large 23-year-old male, Jack, often breaching after a successful hunt. Jack, also known as T-137A, has a dorsal fin that is more than 6 feet in height, making him one of the most recognizable orcas in the region. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale-watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Biggs orcas, humpback whales, and minke whales are currently being seen in the Salish Sea. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
It's 8:43, traffic time. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes, and Chris Sullivan is watching things from the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And it is really, truly a Friday light today, even where we do have the backups on 405 and I-5 because of the closure of the express lanes, I-5. It's manageable. I mean, we're looking at probably our best morning commute so far that we've had out of the 10 days of this. Southbound I-5, you see the brake lights right at 145th, and they extend down to about 85th, before, maybe into the U District. But if you're running 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, that's pretty good compared to what we've gotten. And it's 50 from Everett into Bellevue. Even the brake lights away from Linwood are not as bad as they could be on 405. So that's a positive. And so I think we should take a deep breath and be happy. Or maybe you're not listening right now because you decided to take the day off and go to get the heck out of Dodge. Northbound 405 has some brake lights through the middle of the S-curves, but all in all, 25 minutes to make the drive to Bellevue. That's really good, and it's only 35 from Puyallup. Federal Way to Seattle, you really don't hit the brakes at all until you're right there at the West Seattle Bridge, and then even after that, it's not bad at all. I mean, really, if you're driving from Olympia all the way up to Seattle, you're really not going to hit the brakes at all until you get right to the West Seattle Bridge. So that's really good. The lake bridges are quiet, and we're still waiting for an update on the state ferry service. The one boat working from Mukilteo to Clinton, the Kitsap is getting some kind of emergency maintenance. They're doing some troubleshooting with the engineers, but it's out of service right now, so I'm watching that one closely. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We're going to see sunshine for the afternoon, headed for a high today of 80. Seafair weekend looks pretty nice. Tomorrow, partly sunny by afternoon, 77. Some pretty thick cloud cover in the morning, but that will burn off. Sunday staying mostly cloudy. No rain in the forecast for the weekend, 72 on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, partly sunny and 60. And it's 8:45. Katrina Gishard is back, and Jimmy Kimmel kicked off a new season of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with an unwelcome guest.
Yes, Jimmy and Matt Damon have had a playful feud over the years, and it was on full display this week. Take a listen to this, guys.
If you joined us last time, you know that a certain weasel, a demon named Damon, wriggled his way into the hot seat. Tell us a little bit about your charity, water.org.
I
was talking to Ken.
I'm working. In fact, we've been all over the world shooting the Odyssey.
I can't believe you keep getting hired to be in movies. It's really remarkable. Ken and what appears to be a yak are in the hot seat.
Well, despite all the teasing, Matt Damon and Ken Jennings still walked away with the $1 million prize for Damon's charity, water.org.
I'm assuming that was in large part due to Ken Jennings,
for sure.
a literal genius.
Yeah,
Yes.
no kidding. A demon named Damon. I have not heard him say that before. That's funny. Hey, the Seattle Seahawks are closing in on the preseason. We want to send you and 3 friends to watch the Seattle Seahawks game Friday, August 15th. And this is not your typical ticket giveaway. We are giving you and your buddies an exclusive pregame experience hosted by G. Scott for an up-close view of warm-ups and game day experience an hour before kickoff. All you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, just text app to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link. Enter daily to increase your odds, and the contest runs through Monday, August 4th. Good luck. Coming up that time of the week, Friday, then Saturday, Sunday. KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden. Yeah. KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden will stop by with his weekend planner coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. Taking the First Mark Insurance Challenge could save your family a lot of money. It saved us thousands. First Mark works for you. Searching the carriers for lower rates and better coverage. If that sounds smart, go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
You've worked hard, saved diligently, and now retirement is on the horizon. But will your nest egg go the distance? With rising cost and uncertain markets, there's no time for oversimplified plans. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Oh, the Friday dance party is in full swing in the studio. It's 8:49, closing in on the final moments here on a Friday edition of Seattle's morning news. And that means it's time to say hello to KIRO Newsradio's Paul Holden. Good morning.
Good morning and happy Friday to everyone. How about those Mariners?
Right? Fire.
Whew, man, a lot more fun than other baseball teams.
Nice hat you got there.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, well, it's another weekend full of fun as we are in August, which is absolutely crazy. So let's dive in.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Now, Manda, I don't want to put too much pressure on you here, but
however, you're going to.
I am. You got to pick one.
Yeah.
Blue Angels, hydroplanes. Which are you doing at Seafair this weekend?
Well, I saw the Blues practicing yesterday, and I would go with the Hydros.
That's still on the top of my list of things because I think that's really cool. We were just talking about me not living in a state with a lot of water growing up. So when there's like these cool boat and those hydroplanes are some of the coolest looking just crafts I feel like I've seen, and just watch them rip across the water.
Don't get me wrong, I'll take both.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's kind of nice because the Blue Angels, when they're practicing, you almost don't expect it or you kind of forget that it's happening. So you get it and you're like surprised and you're just amazed by it. Whereas you can go and watch the hydroplanes yourself.
Yes, and actually it was cool. I had a perfect view from my patio of the practice route, so I saw some cool stuff there. So of course, Seafair this weekend. And the good news is today's Free Friday. So if you want to go check out stuff today, if you're a little bit worried about costs or, wherever your weekend is, you want to go check out all the fun there today for Free Friday. And also, I knew you were just out of training camp, Amanda.
Yeah, did you hear I didn't get in?
No.
Sully gave me the wrong route and I was late and missed the show.
That's not true at all. Wow, throw me under the bus.
I did not. I missed that part.
I was so stoked all week. I'm going to camp up there. Nope, they wouldn't let me in.
I bet you we can get you. We can get you.
I got a shirt though.
There you go.
They
that
did bring out a
counts.
shirt for me.
Well, since you missed out on training camp, you can head to Lumen Field for Seahawks Football Fest. This is going on Saturday at Lumen Field, and this is going to be all sorts of that football-themed fun, all sorts of cool stuff there, and a great chance to meet all sorts of people involved with the Seahawks, and of course, our main man, G. Scott's going to be down there holding it down as well, so that's going to be some fun. Hey, it is still festival time. If there's a couple there's one in Lake City, the Lake City Summer Festival and Parade. There's not just one. There's not just two, but they have 3 parades down there in Lake City for the Summer Festival. So you'll want to check the event page for the schedule for that. And they got everything else you can expect from a fair there. Vendors, food, and a car show. Love a good car show. Also, Magnolia Summerfest is here, so 3 days of live music, food, drinks, and vendors. Also, parades going on in Magnolia. So just because we're in August doesn't mean there isn't a whole bunch of summer fun still to be had. And I did want to bring this up here, this last one here, as we're running close out of time. If you are looking to get a jump on your back-to-school shopping, there's this event going on in the Washington State Fair Expo Hall in Puyallup. It's called the Back-to-School Sale with Just Between Friends. And this is according to their website. You can get clothes, shoes, toys, books, plenty of things for the school year, all for 50 to 90% off retail price. And I think
Okay.
that might be some some important information for folks here after the news today. So if you are interested in checking that out, now granted, I'm going off the website. I've not attended this event, but they have a bunch of testimonials and stuff that say they do this. And then by the pictures, they had lots of stuff. So if you're looking to get a jump on your back to school shopping, you can go check that out there this weekend. And you can even buy tickets. If it's free to go, but you can buy tickets for early shopping if you'd like. And we got more details at mynorthwest.com.
Terrific. I can't believe we're talking about back to school already.
I know. The word. How many
August.
kids in the car just got real upset to hear the worst words, back to school.
The shopping part is, she likes the shopping part, which we started yesterday. Anyway, all right. Thanks, Paul. It's 8:53 and time to check the roads once again. For that, Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Paul, who are you kidding? It's 8:53 in the morning. No kid is awake right now.
That's fair.
Summer.
Yeah, they're out cold or already.
But it's football camp time. There might be
true.
some kids out
we're
there
getting
doing
close
some
to
practice.
that. But usually those are in the afternoons. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate it. I know someone who's probably not awake yet. Looking at southbound I-5 and 405 being our two worst spots today on a Friday light. That really is a Friday light in a true sense. Haven't had one in the last couple of weeks, but here we are. And the brake lights between Shoreline and I-5 are real, but a 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle and 35 of that from Linwood isn't terrible. It could be a lot worse today, and my guess is we might see it build a little bit today because the Blues are flying a little bit later on this morning, so people are probably heading down to check things out at Seafair, so we might see that kind of get a little worse, even though right now it's not bad. 405, 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, 35 of those minutes from Linwood, so about the same thing. And then we're looking at Puyallup to Renton at 35 minutes, Renton to Bellevue at 20. Federal Way to Seattle's at 35 minutes. That just doesn't happen. That's great. Put that in the memory banks. And across the lake, we're still doing really well. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Forecast looks great for all the activities this weekend. Today, sunshine and 80. Tomorrow, we'll see kind of thicker clouds in the morning. That'll keep us a little bit cooler, 77, but partly to mostly sunny by afternoon. And then Sunday, staying mostly cloudy and 72. Right now, it's 60 in Seattle. And coming up on the G and Ursula show, it's a fresh Friday with G and Angela Poe Russell in for G. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell will stop by the show at 10 o'clock. This is KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us.